Time to put our memory to the test once again. I'm going to be recapping every single moment from 2024, starting back to the ancient January 1st, 2024, on a Monday. So at that point, my family and I, we just finished celebrating New Year's Eve, like welcoming the new year, basically. And yeah, it was midnight, went to bed. I woke up at around 9 or 10, and I really don't remember much about that day other than my family and we went walking on a trail, and I had to use the washroom at a Save on Foods. That's all I really remember from that day. What a great start, huh? It was also a cloudy day, if I recall correctly. I'm gonna skip the second because I really don't remember anything there. Um, January 3rd, that was the first time I went back to the gym in 2024. And after the gym, I went to this place called the Coquitlam Grill, and I got coffee, and I got a brownie avalanche as a dessert. It was around, like, I finished exercising around 10 o'clock. It was a swimming thing, so I was there around, I want to say 10:30. The total bill came. The coffee was $3.89, and the brownie avalanche was $6. After tax, total came to $10.38. I'm ashamed to say this, but I don't really remember what happened for the rest of the day, other than January 3rd was a cloudy day. Thursday, January 4th, went to the gym again. I signed up for a dance lesson. That was from 9:15 to 10:15. A bunch of different moves. I'm not that good with dance. And then afterwards, I showered, and then I headed over to the Coquitlam Grill. This particular waitress who served me that day, on that cloudy day, was the nicest I have ever seen. It was an older lady, and then I got coffee as usual. And what this time, when I asked for the brownie avalanche, she said, "Oh, I have some bad news for you. We don't have any ice cream today." And then I was like, you know what? Like, you can just still give me the small size brownie avalanche, which was normally $6. And then she was like, you know what? I'm gonna give you the big one for the price of the small one because you can't not have ice cream. So yeah, it came to 10:38, and she was so nice. She, at the end, when I got my bill, she was like, "Did you get your candy?" Like, yeah, that was pretty much about it. On January 5th, my mom went to work. Friday, January 5th, my mom went to work. I played some new Super Mario Bros. Wii, trying to do the speed run. I was at World 6 at that point. And yeah, at around, I recall playing that around 4:36 p.m. After I had dinner, I went over to Denny's for a New York for this cheesecake. Their lemon white chocolate cheesecake is the best if you ever go to Denny's. And I had a lemonade. Like, lemonade's my favorite beverage. That was about like $12. And that waiter who served me, he previously served me at one point in 2023. I don't remember when. And the cheesecake took really quickly. It was like 2 minutes. So I gave an extra big tip. I had basketball that night with my church group, which started at 7 p.m. And I don't really remember much other than I wore black, and I met one guy and two girls. They came like a 45-minute drive from where the church was located, and yeah, there really wasn't much. And there was this guy who I gave like paintball tickets to, and I told him the deadline was March 15th, and he said, "Yeah, I've got it under control." So that's all I remember about that particular day. Yeah. 6th and 7th, I'm gonna skip because I really don't remember anything about those days. Now we're at Monday, January 8th. On that day, it was a cloudy day. I had a job interview that particular day, and yeah, it was scheduled at 3 p.m. Yeah. Now, the thing was, so I went there, I dressed formally, and I met the guy, and I actually read about the company. That guy graduated from the same college I graduated from. So, that was something very surprising. And they asked me about a time to exhibit leadership, but I forgot to provide an example. Like I felt I was kind of shaky in some of my answers, and I remember he said to me at one point, "Could you provide an example?" So I did feel a little bit iffy on some answers, and after I was done, yeah, it was him and another guy. So then he said, "Okay, you know what? I'll walk you around, show you the place." So I was applying for an accounting job, but it was specializing in printers. So he showed me like all the printers and all the other machinery and stuff, like the coloring and all that. It was pretty cool to see. Yeah, and then told me they were in the process of like interviewing people, which to me almost is never a good sign. Yeah. So then that was so that was it for the interview. On that day, I took a course. Like I was doing something called a CPA. So I was taking a CPA class that scheduled that evening. It was around 7:30 ish, and I forget what it was. The course was called, but I never completed it. It was like some sort of I don't remember, but it wasn't a numerical course. I can guarantee you that much. And then we met the professor. The professor was talking to us about how this course would expand from January 8th to Monday, April 22nd, and how, like, there's a team project. If someone in your group isn't contributing, go ahead and tell me, you know. And if I find out you're not contributing, you have to do the project all by yourself. You can choose not to do it. After all, it's only worth 20% of your grade. And then he's like, don't make up silly excuses. If like your grandma died, the first two times it's okay, but after five times it starts to get a little ridiculous. The session. Oh, he also mentioned how even though it was 7 to 9, it would almost never take the full 2 hours. It would most likely end at 8 or 8:30. So then it finished at around 8:15, 8:10, 8:15, that class. And afterwards, I said to the person beside me, "Hey, can I collect your phone number so we can talk about the group project?" And then they were like, "You know what? Maybe next time, like, we need to gather it out a little more." I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to get to know people better because I'm a bit of an introverted person myself. After I was done, I was like, okay, time for a break. I headed over to a place called Cactus Club, which was not too far from there, to get the dessert. My favorite dessert in that restaurant is the chocolate molten lava cake. When you cut through it, the chocolate just flows like the river. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty fun to eat and pretty tasty. So I headed over there, and then like the seats were full. Like I couldn't get a table, so I had to take the bar. This is the reason, like one of the reasons why I always take a table, because whenever I take a bar, which is like 30% of the time, it's always like compulsory. Like I don't have the option because it seats up pretty fast. I got there around 8:36 p.m. So then, like, the admin, she's like, "Hey, nice to meet you. Are you Brent?" And then I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "My name is." She told me her name. I'm not gonna tell you what it is because I don't want to get sued. So then, walked me to my place. I met up with the bartender. He was a pretty chill guy, and then I told him I wanted the lava cake. I was there for about half an hour. So yeah, I ordered a Coke. No, I ordered a lemonade as a drink. Yeah, I love lemonade. I remember this quite clear. And then I ordered the lava cake. 10 minutes, like 5 minutes later, someone said, "Hey, how are you doing?" I'm like, "Good." It's like, I got your lava cake here. The bill came to $17.66. It was 11.75 for the lava cake and 4.75 for the lemonade. They added the tax, and they also added another 7% tax on the lemonade, which I thought it was odd. I thought that only applied to like sodas. I didn't know it also applied to juices at the time. Uh, January 9th, my mom started to get me to do like things with Excel. Like, it's like you're looking for a job, but like, just to get your skills up and running with accounting, basically. So she showed me this sort of weird project where we use pivot tables and power pivot, a large table, and then you had to like sort things, and what is inefficient to do it one by one. I did that on the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th, if I recall correctly. Monday, January 12th was a sunny day, and on that particular day at around 10:30 a.m., I completely finished speedrunning Super Mario Bros. World 6, the Wii on the, and I had it recorded. So, I that was pretty good. Uh yeah. Like the first part of that video was 10 minutes and 20 seconds. The second part, I want to say slightly over that. I can't be entirely sure right now. Uh January 13th, my parent. Oh, January 12th was also a very big day. In the morning, after I completed that level, I had a job interview. Now, it had previously snowed the night before, so it was like very frosty, like very slippery, the ground. So then I had a job interview scheduled at 4:30. Now, because of the traffic congestion, like I left on time, but because of the traffic congestion, I like couldn't get there on time. So it's like I messaged her. It was a female boss, and it was also a Chinese place. Yeah, and it was good because I'm Chinese too, so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be a little late. I messaged her in English. She's like, yeah, drive safely, don't worry, take your time. I got there around 4:43 p.m. And then I met her, and then we talked. She asked me about my experience. At first, it was in English, and then it switched to Chinese, basically. And then she's like, okay, great. So when can you start? And then I'm like, yeah, I can start on Tuesday, basically. And then she's like, no, I said, I can start on Monday. She's like, yeah, I know what, you can start on Tuesday because on Monday we still have to set up your computer and everything. I was shocked. I honestly thought I would not get the job because I was late and all that. But yeah, I got it. And by the time we left the building, it was already dark. Now, my dad and I think we went shopping for something, and then he led me to his office because my dad does something IT related. So he led me to his office basically, and yeah, he had to do something with the softwares. So he had keys to the building. The office was closed, but he went in with his keys, and he showed me this award he got in 2014 for like best worker and stuff. I even took a picture at his desk and smiled and sent it to my mom, who was really happy about it. January 13th, we went grocery shopping at an Asian store. I got like these beef flavored chips. They were pretty good. On January 3rd, on Sunday, January 14th, it was also a sunny day, and our church announced that we would be merging with another church to become one. And that this merge would happen at some point in August, I believe. Now, it wasn't finalized yet, but like it seemed like that was what was going to happen, and like we would have a vote on it eventually and all that. I went to the conference, the board meeting at 6:30 p.m. just to gather more information, saying that like to hear more about why and how this was going to happen and all that. Yeah. On January 15th, Monday, January 15th, like first of all, I was told by the interview from January 8th that they already found someone else for the job, which from last Monday, and it's like, you know what, it's fine. And that and also we decided that we were gonna withdraw. My parents and I thought it would be best if I withdrew from that CPA course because to get time for training and all that. Yeah. Now, what we didn't know, so like on the night before the job, what we didn't know was I was so desperate and so tunnel visioned because I got like fired like 2 or 3 months before I found this new job. I was so tunnel visioned that I was actually willing to apply anywhere, and that it would take me 100 minutes one way to get to the job from where I currently lived at the time, and 100 minutes back. So 200 minutes translates to 3 hours and 20 minutes of travel time per day. On top of that, I didn't know this, but I actually accidentally applied for an intermediate accountant job. All my jobs previously were junior accountants, so it was harsh. Uh, yeah, those 3 days were literally brutal. Like, for one, everyone spoke Chinese there. Not that they didn't understand English, but they just spoke Chinese. So, like, my speaking of Mandarin is okay, but my writing brutal. Yeah. And like there were things like sorting invoices and stuff, which I didn't do before. Like, people were saying it takes an hour to 2 hours. Why are you spending 4 hours on it? Like, I was caught like a deer in headlights. Um, yeah, I got so yeah. Those were 3 days. Honestly, it was so brutal because like by the time I got home, I just wanted to go to bed. January 17th, the I didn't have to show up to the office for some reason because it was because of the snow. Yeah, it was like snowing very heavily from where I lived. So my boss said, "You know what? You can take the day off." I had like this McDonald's hash brown and a smoothie for breakfast. I don't remember how much it cost. Yeah, and then the chat, our church group chat was talking about something funny, and then I'm like, you know what? I muted this chat before I saw the recent stuff, so I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but the context seems off. And then another guy wrote, "A lot of people mute this chat. You're not the only one. LOL." I accidentally rode the bus the wrong direction, so I went to another university by accident. So then I had to ride back. It was brutal. It was brutal. That night, I speed ran a bit of New Super Mario Bros. Wii. The 18th and 19th, I'm gonna skip, not because I don't remember anything, but because it's just so embarrassing. When I say skip, I mean skip the days at work. I remember at one point. Okay, I'll just tell you this. I remember at one point, like my boss, like, "Brent, go write a letter to all these like people for about these missing invoices." And then, like, for example, April 9, 2021, I wrote like four. No, I wrote in Chinese 4月9号2021年. So it was like, for those of you who don't know, there was like a bunch of characters, and then my boss was like, "No, no, no, just write 4/9/2021," like, and things like that. There's that. On Friday, I got so fed up that I finally left the office. It was like at 4:40 p.m., 20 minutes early. I stayed an extra hour on the 16th, so I thought that would make up for it, but yeah, I don't know. The 18th at 5, I left the office at 5:30, and I got like this bubble tea. I was calling my parents while I was ordering the bubble tea, so they knew exactly what I was doing. Yeah. The 18th, I forgot my shoes at the office. The 19th, okay, when I say I forgot my shoes, like, I brought like thick snow boots and regular shoes. That's what I mean when I say I forgot my shoes. I didn't walk barefoot home that day. The 19th, when I left the office early, I got my shoes back, so yeah. On the ride back, the bus ride back, there was this guy who refused to give up his seat. He was like a construction worker or some sort. And then, like, there was an elderly lady. That guy was an asshole, honestly. Like, and then he was like, "Quit staring." Well, sad to know there are some people like that. Yeah, but then I was like, you know what? This week has been brutal. I'm gonna go stop at Cactus Club. That was the first time in the entire week I did that. And then, like, I had my usual lemonade, lava cake. Uh, yeah, and then I started making a conversation with this guy, um, who we were just talking about work. I forget all the details, and then at one point I asked him, "Are you British?" Because he had a slight accent, and then he was like, "No, I'm not British. I'm from." I can't remember, but it wasn't. Oh no, I can't remember. It was somewhere European, but it wasn't British. Yeah. So that was it for the 19th. On January 20th, I came up with a crazy idea, and that to start breaking the ice with more strangers. So I drove to the mall that particular day, and I came up with a word called Jack Black. Now, and then here it was like basically like I gave people the hint. The hint was it's a famous actor, so like no, I thought it would be hard because I thought no one would guess the letter J. And I was right, but a lot of people did. I remember like one who got it right was a group of teenagers who's like, Jack Black, like no, he was like, yo, it's Jack Black. Like one group of teenagers that I did. Here's the thing: they said when I asked them about it, they were like, hey, I don't even care about the money. Let's just play. But they got it right, so I gave them the money, and they were like, yo, thanks, man. And then another one was a young mom with a newborn baby, and then I was like, and I was making conversation, and then she was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm just doing some puzzles here." 1 minute in, she was like, "I don't see any puzzles," and I'm like, "Well, that's because I actually want to challenge you to a game of Hangman." And then she's like, "Wow, game on!" And then used the word, and then she's like, she got the word Jack Black as well, and then I'm like, "I'm a man of my word, so here's $20." And then she was like, "No, keep it." I like the satisfaction of winning. There were only two people who didn't get it right. One was a teenage girl. I didn't record that one though, and the other one was a family. Like the father, the mother, the son, and the daughter. They were just mainly guessing vowels and stuff. And then I was like, you know what? You failed to get it right, but I'm gonna be generous and give you $20 anyway. And they really appreciated it. They were like, now we can get some free ice cream and stuff. That whole process took about like 30 to 40 minutes. Not that the game itself was long, but I got cold feet in consistently in between all this because I am not like an extroverted person. By the time I was done with all that, it was like around 4:30 p.m. I headed over to Cactus Club, ordered the typical lemonade and the molten lava cake. It was happy hour at that time, but like like usually the cheesecake that would have been $12 would be $8 now. But I was like, nah, I'd rather spend an extra 375 on the lava cake. So then, for some reason, my server got switched with a different waitress, and then she like asked me what my plans were for the rest of the day and stuff. My brain's a little blurry on that right now. It was a year and a half ago. It started to get dark. They were lighting the tables candles up, and then when I was all done, the bill came to 1766, and on that wrote a note on the receipt. Thank you. Have a nice weekend with a smiley face, which I think that also happened on January 4th, but I can't be too sure about that right now. January 21st, I went to church, told people about my new job, how it was brutal. And Sunday night, while I was making steaks, I got a text from my boss. The text said, "Hi, Brent. I hope you had a nice weekend. I'm not sure why you left early on Friday, but after working 3 days with you, I believe you are not qualified for the job. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. You got paid the minimum wage for 24 hours, so like yeah, that's about it. And like you know what, it's not a total L. It's not a total L. Like at least I was able to learn something. Just treat it like a training thing, I said to myself. Yeah, that's this happened about 7 p.m. Yeah. January 22nd was yeah, it was a cloudy day. I stayed at home that particular day, continued applying for jobs, and I messaged the institution where I took the course on January 8th because like I dropped the class. Like I was entitled to about 50% of my money back. And then I don't remember the exact details, but they told me I had to go somewhere else to talk about it. So I spent that night not going to small groups for my church, but figuring this sort out stuff sort with this institution. Yeah. Um, I got an interview Tuesday, January 23rd. Got an interview. Um, like the guy I was interviewing with, I was applying for an accounting job. It was a tech company, and then we were like we saw each other's faces through the webcam, and he was telling me that once a month that the company would get together and play video games together. Which I thought was pretty dope, pretty fire. Yeah. 24th and 25th I remember absolutely nothing about right now, so I'm gonna skip those 2 days. Friday, January 26th, my mom had to go to work. It was a cloudy day. I woke up around 9 o'clock and I had instant noodles for spicy instant noodles for breakfast. I had that around 9:38 a.m. For after lunch, which was around 12 o'clock. My dad drove me to this place, this job interview place, and yeah, like we met. They were talking about the different softwares they used for accounting, and that it would be a 6 month probation period, not a 3 month probation period. They also told me that they started in 2003 and stuff, and how it was just them two, and that they were working for a while. All that sort of stuff. Yeah, and that the first round they just wanted to know people a bit better. So I just told them my experience and all that, and yeah, they seemed pretty satisfied with it. My dad didn't pick me up because like I wanted to take a walk. I took a walk and then headed over to Cactus Club. And then I messaged my dad on my cell phone about the whole situation. My dad, this was around 3:03ish p.m. My dad messaged me in English saying, be sure to send them a thank you letter and say that you really appreciate working there and all that. Yeah, just basic stuff. Then I remembered it was happy hour, and then I was like, oh, you know what? I want the cheesecake. And this time, I did not get the chocolate lava cake. I got the cheesecake, and I did not get the lemonade. I got coffee. January 20th was the last day I ever got lemonade at Cactus Club. That'll be important for later on why I'm telling you this. So yeah, it was happier. That cheesecake was $8. The coffee, it wasn't 4.75, but I imagined it to be that price since like coffee and lemonade in most restaurants usually are the same price. So that took about 10 minutes, which is a little longer than I thought, but it was there. I liked it a little less because cheesecake is generally a little too thick in my opinion. But yeah, I had a good time. When I got the bill, it actually came to 13.39, not 13.72, because they didn't include the second tax that they usually do for lemonade. Oh god. But I'm getting a little tired here, guys, but we're gonna keep pushing through it. Then afterwards, on the way home, I stopped at Safeway to get some paper. Like, it was some important wrapping paper or something. No, I didn't stop at Safeway. I stopped at Dollar Store. Yeah. That night, I speed ran some new Super Mario Bros. Wii. Yeah. Uh, Saturday, January 27th, my mom, it was a cloudy day. My mom and I thought of a cool accounting idea. And then she told me it's like, what, imagine you have this favorite ice cream place that you go to all the time. Imagine if you were that ice cream shop. What would be your revenues, your expenses, all that beautiful stuff, and use Excel and then make journal entries? What kind of journal entries would you make? So on and so forth. I spent the entire day doing that. Sunday, January 28th was a sunny day, but also the worst day of the month. Because after I got back from church, I finished speed running World 7's New Super Mario Bros. But I did so many cool stunts in that world. I accidentally deleted the whole thing before I got uploaded to my computer, which undid all my hard work for the past 6 months, which meant I had to start all the way back in the beginning at World 1 again. That pissed me the fuck off, honestly. It made me so angry. I was so mad, basically forgot what the rest of the day was like. Um, Monday, January 29th, I really don't remember much of what happened during the daytime, but at nighttime, I drove to the church for small groups. It was at 7 p.m., it was already dark by then. I got a large McDonald's fry. I gave them to a boy. Let's just call him Texas. I don't want to use his real name. And then, I met my friend, my high school friend, Jake, up there, and I also met another girl. Like, this girl I went to high school with, and she was like a southern sort of girl, and we talked quite a bit. Yeah. I didn't know she was a Christian, and then I'm like, say, so what are you doing now? And then she's like, oh yeah, I'm a waitress. I'm actually trying to save money to become an actor and stuff. I still remember this. Yeah. uh that's pretty much all I remember on the 29th. I'll skip the 30th. On the 30th, I had another swimming lesson at the gym. So, and it was scheduled at 9:15 a.m. So, at 9:05, I left the door. I headed out and closed the door. But then I got a text message from my mom saying, "Dear son, please, when you leave the house, can you please quietly close the door?" And then there was this surprised face emoji, and she sent that at 9:15 a.m. I went back to after the swimming lesson. I showered. I went back to the Coquitlam Grill. I didn't show up there for 27 days. And then I had this chocolate brownie avalanche and coffee as usual. And here's something about me that I didn't mention before. When I have my coffee, usually there's an option 2 cream, 2 sugars. I usually have 4 creams and 2 sugars. I love sugar in my coffee, yeah. So the total bill came out to, yeah, coffee $3.89, brownie $6, $10.38 after tax. I gave like $1.37, so I think the total was like $11.75 after tips and all that. Yeah, that is pretty much all I remember for January. So now we're on to February. On to February 1st now. So at around 10 a.m. On February 1st, it was a sunny day. I had an interview with one. I think I had 2 interviews actually. Yeah, one of them. Yeah. One of them, like at 10 a.m. They were. He was like, so a recruiter referred you to me. That's what actually happened. A recruiter helped me get this job, find this job. So then it's like, did you search up our company? I'm like, yeah, I searched up what you guys did. You guys like do compilations, taxes, and all that. So I know what you guys do. I'm familiar with it based on my past experiences and all that. So yeah, we had a conversation. Then I went to another interview. Basically, I know why I like hesitated there because I searched this company up online and I wasn't able to find them. So when I asked them about it, they were like, "Yeah, our we don't have a website and stuff." But he then said something. The second interviewer said something that made me happy. He's like, "You are the very first candidate we have for this," and I'm like, "Yes." Inside, I was smiling because when you're the first candidate, it means like you'll likely be remembered more compared to like the 65th candidate or something like that. So yeah, that was pretty good. It was a sunny day that day. That's all I remember from February 1st. February 2nd now, Friday, February 2nd. So the job, I had I had one interview that day. Remember when I talked about January 26th, like about those two guys who have been working since 2003 and it was like a 6 month probation period? Well, they said I made it to the final four and it was a part two. It was really just to get to know me better. They asked more personal questions this time. It was a 20-minute drive to get there, by the way. And they asked me more personal questions this time. And questions like, how would you describe the color yellow to a blind man? And also, like, what do you like to do in your free time? There's a caveat, you can't mention work. And I said I like to travel, and it's true. I actually mentioned how I wanted to go to Australia and Thailand. Those are places I've never been to before in my life. That particular day was a cloudy day. My mom went to the office, and like afterwards, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go take a walk. I went to Cactus Club because I didn't go all week. Yeah. So then there, I said I would be there at 4, but I got there at 3:51, and then a mail server served me. Like I got a Coke and I got the chocolate lava cake. Yes. Here's the thing though. This was one of the worst services ever. They had a Here's the thing. The first two times they got me a actual chocolate cake, and like that's not what I wanted. The third time they sent me the chocolate lava cake. I cut into it. It was hard. It was like a brownie. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna send it back. Take it back. I want a new lava cake. I want it creamier in the center. And he's like, oh, my apologies. And then the fourth time, the lady sent it to me back, and then she's like, here you go. Hopefully this one's better. And it was good. It was around 35 minutes. I got the bill, but then I told my server, it's like, yeah, but it took like about 35 minutes to get the whole process through. I timed the whole thing. Like usually it's like 5 to 12 minutes. So then he's like, yeah, let's get the manager. The manager's like, yeah, I agree. So then I got the bill reduced to only the drink. It was $5. So there was that. Then I headed home. It was like, okay, so I have an interview at home at 5:45 p.m. online. It was like a Chinese like consulting compilation accounting company. And what I didn't tell you was while I was at Cactus Club, I already got a job offer from someone who interviewed me yesterday. So I was like, this was the one time where I actually hoped I wouldn't get the job. So then I went home. I didn't even bother dressing formally. I had like something similar to what I'm wearing now, like this type of collar. And then they were talking to me. It's like I tried my best. Tried my best to sound professional. They gave me two options. This particular company that was interviewing me, they gave me two options to either do it at February 2nd, 5:45 p.m. or Sunday, February 4th at 9:30 a.m. I'm like, fuck no, I'm not a morning person. I didn't know. I obviously didn't say that, so I went with the former. And so yeah, that was pretty much about it. Had dinner at home, then headed over, drove to church for basketball. We had basketball every other Friday night. Yeah, and then after basketball was done, I headed over to White Spot. I was like, you know what, I spent less money than I thought I would this week, so I went there, and then the administrator, the reception or whatever you call it, she seemed to know me because that was like my second or third time there. And then she was like, "Oh, yeah, you've been here before, right? What's your name?" Yeah, and I told her, and she told me her name too. And then when I was at White Spot, then I usually would get a just a lemonade, which was $4.29 at the time, and a milkshake, which was I believe seven ninety nine. So I think it was around like 13 ish dollars, 13.42. Yeah, I don't remember what kind of milkshake I got, but that was just what I got at the time. But after I left the restaurant, it was 10:17 p.m. At first, I was surprised how they wouldn't refuse to serve me, but then I remembered that this particular location on Sundays to Thursdays it closes at 10 p.m., but Fridays and Saturdays it closes at 11 p.m. So yeah, I was fine. Before I headed home, I got some gas and then I just headed home. Uh, Saturday, February 3rd. It was a sunny day. I went shopping with my parents pretty much the entire day. We went outside for lunch, and yeah, we just got a bunch of Asian snacks and a bunch of Asian groceries in an Asian grocery store. That's all I can remember from that particular day. Sunday, February 4th, I went to church basically, and and I went to Cactus Club, the same location as I did on Friday, and this time I got a lemonade basically, and I chatted with a few people, got to know a few guys a bit better, and I ordered the lava cake. This time it only took 9 minutes, much to my satisfaction, and then it was the manager himself who brought it for me. He was like smiling. I think he was a little worried about how the lava cake would turn out because like he knew that I didn't enjoy the service last time. So this time I cut into it. It was creamy. It was nice, and I ate it. And I had the lemonade, and the lemonade tasted like a San Pellegrino, like a sparkling like grapefruit juice, which was quite interesting. Yeah. When I asked for the bill this time, though, it wasn't 1766. It was 1962, and to my surprise, they actually wrote down into Sicilian lemonade. At first, I was a little upset that they would change it, and then like I remember the bartender's like, "Yeah, I don't know why they changed it. To be completely honest with you." And at first, I considered debating it, but then I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be a jerk, and plus, it's only 175, and I'm likely never ordering this again. So, yeah, I just paid the full 1962. Monday, February 5th. Now I had another job interview. This was I would be hired soon, and on the same day before on this so let me talk about this job interview first. This Monday, February 5th was a sunny day. Actually, no. Before we do that, before we go through any of that, let me go back to Sunday, February 4th. So I went home, and then like I was thinking, you know what? I want to see if I can get the book Conspiracy 365. That was like one of my favorite books growing up. It was full of suspense and it was action packed and all that. So then I went on I I went on YouTube and it's like I wonder if they have any TV shows called this. So I typed went on YouTube and typed in Conspiracy 365, and to my surprise, they did have it. It was like a limited series similar to Queen's Gambit, January to December. For those of you who don't know the story, it's basically about a teenage fugitive who's on the run, accused of crimes he didn't commit, and the only way to solve it and break it down was to solve this family mystery. Yeah. So I binged watched it. Each episode was like 45 minutes long. I watched from January to May. Yeah. I will tell you this, compared to the book, um, they definitely cut down a few parts, like, and some of the stuff, like the book is very precise, like 3:46 p.m. or 11:59 p.m. The episodes I saw on YouTube didn't do any of that. And like, for example, one of the parts, like, yeah, it's gonna be even more confusing if I describe it even further. Anyways, on to the interview now. Monday, February 5th. I had an interview with two guys, and then at the beginning of the interview, um, one manager told me his name, and like said, on my free time I like to play guitar. The other guy told me his name. He said, on my free time I like to do hikes and stuff. We talked about my resume and stuff. And then after I logged out, my mom told me, say, I heard everything. Your interview was good. The only thing is, next time they talk about what their hobbies are, like, follow it up. Don't just like let them speak for like 2 minutes and then just follow it up with silence. On that same day, that one job that I interviewed for on Friday that I hoped I didn't get, I got. So I had to very, very embarrassingly shut down that job offer. I didn't accept it because I already got a job offer. Yeah, so I swallowed my pride. I hate doing that, honestly. I just hate it. Um, so yeah, that was pretty much it during the day. At night, I headed over to church. It was like small groups time. I got large McDonald's fries before going there. I met one of my American friends, and we just talked about like the Bible and stuff in general. Um, I also at this time planned with one of my other friends. Let's just call him Skinny Boy. I don't want to use his real name. To hang out on Saturday, February 10th. The original plan was we were gonna, like, our whole group. I would plan for our whole group to go bowling on February 10th, but I was like, hey, I just want to hang out with Skinny Boy on February 10th just together at the ice cream place, and then on the 24th we can go bowling all together as a group. So that's exactly what happened. Yeah, that was pretty much it for February 5th. Tuesday, February 6th, I had another interview. It was scheduled at 8:30 a.m. Like, I already got a job, but I just want to, see what kind of like jobs like I'm dealing with and all that. So then, I got there at 8:29 a.m. I tried to use Google Maps to find the exact location. Google Maps said you arrived, but I couldn't find the office yet. So then, like, the the person, she called me and said, "Oh yeah, turn around, I see you." And it's like, yeah, don't worry about it. Everyone misses it the first time around. And I finally got inside that office at 8:37 a.m. Now, so it was an interview between her and someone else, and then she did most of the talking. I told her about my CPA. She's like, "Oh, don't worry, our boss pays like for the CPA and and stuff at the end once you complete it all, and all that." And then she says it's one of the perks is the flexibility. She says that I like to work from 7:30 to 3:30 so I can beat the traffic. Yeah, and yeah, that was pretty much it. I found out that I didn't get the job later on, but I was like, okay, it was worth a shot anyways. Okay. That was February 6th. All I remember of February 6th, all I remember was that particular interview. So let's go on to February 7th now. So I was my job offer that I got said that I would start work on February 8th. So I had one more free day. Um Wednesday, February 7th, I went to the gym for a swimming session again. And after the swimming session, and after I showered, I drove over to the Coquitlam Grill. I'm like, this will be the last time I'm gonna have dessert for a while. So, my final time, I got a lemonade, which was $3.99. I'm like, screw it, it's just 10 cents, at 10 cents extra, and brownie avalanche. The total together came to 10.49. I had like two refills of lemonade, and the third refill, I tried to drink it all, but I drank half of it and then I just left. Gave a $1.49 tip. Yeah. Then I wasn't done because like I drove home, had some, and then like headed over to this final interview that because I made the cut the first time. Remember on February 1st, I said that the interviewer said that I was the first person they were interviewing. I made the cut. So then I went there. I saw the guy who FaceTimed me along with a lady manager. It was sometime somewhere in the downtown area, and yeah, it was a sunny day that day. Interviewed me, talked. We talked about for a bit. I forget the questions she asked me. Yeah. So then I left. By the time I got home, I was moving around all day that day. I don't remember what the hell I did. By the time I got home, it was around 2:30. My dad didn't cook, so like I had instant noodles for lunch mixed with a raw egg. So it's like the instant noodle, the broth cooked the egg. That was pretty much it. Yeah. And I finished watching Conspiracy 365, the entire series. I binged watched the whole thing. Okay, now, February 8th. That was my first day on the job. Back on the job. I went in, the first day, pretty much, my supervisor, boss, showed me around the area, where you could get coffee, where you microwave your lunch, all that. I started at 10 a.m. and then the software wasn't completely set up, so the first day I spent like 75% of my time just sitting at my desk doing nothing. So yeah. Then I I went to Cactus Club after work. Got a lava cake, and this time I got a Coke because the lemonade from Cactus Club turned to Sicilian lemonade. I don't remember which date for sure they did it, but based on my experience, it was sometime between January 20th and February 4, 2024. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then like the lady bartender was like, "You haven't been here in quite a while." Like, I was at first I was hoping it wasn't the lemonade. Yeah, that was pretty that was pretty funny. Yeah. And then like she told me her name. I forget how it came up, but yeah. Then I headed home. My yeah, showing my parents what I did at work, basically. I don't know why I did, but yeah. Friday, February 9th. Friday, February 9th, I took the bus to work, and then when I got off, right when I was about to head inside the office, I tripped on the curb and held out my hands to break my fall, and I grazed both of my hands. It actually hurt pretty badly. Um, Yeah, and then like I told my boss, what, I'm gonna have to type a little slower. And he's like, "Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Hey, let's get your hand patched up." So yeah, that's what they did. Um, I don't really remember what I did at work that day, but then after work, I just headed home to relax to finish watching season 10 of The Blacklist. That was the final season. Raymond Reddington, you guys know. And then Skinny Boy, like me and Skinny Boy originally agreed to meet up at 2 p.m. on February 10th, but he was saying to me, "Hey, is it okay if we do it at 11 a.m. because I realized my wife like works at the salon or something like that. Like yeah, something like that. I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Saturday, February 10th was a cloudy day. Yeah, it was a cloudy day. And me and Skinny Boy met outside the ice cream shop. I was like, at roughly 11 o'clock. He showed up at 11:05 a.m., which is a little late, but within acceptable parameters. Yeah, and then I was like, hey, do you want to get ice cream first? He's like, why don't we take a walk first, so we can feel better about the ice cream afterwards. Yeah, so then we walked along the trail, and during that walk, we talked about many things. Like the we learned a difficult Bible session that week. I forget what it's about now. And then we talked about this stolen valor guy who faked being in the military, and that it was a cowardly thing to do. And I showed him this TV series that I watched, this Conspiracy 365. I just showed him the theme song, yeah. And he said, yeah, sounds cool. I'll check it out sometime. He never did. Guys, let me give you a little secret. When people say I'll check it out, they usually never do. That's just something I've learned in my 25 years of life. Yeah, so then we walked, and then we were like, yeah, we've hit the end. Well, it wasn't the end, but if we were to walk the full circle, it would take at least 5 hours. So, yeah, we called it the end, and we went back. By the time we got back, it was 12:28 p.m. It was still cloudy. We both had ice cream. I got 2 scoops of ice cream, and he only had 1 scoop. I got this at the time, 2 scoops of ice cream was $7.04. Uh, and then I think I got either one was cookie dough or rum raisin, and the other one was a peppermint chocolate chip. I went home, and then my supervisor on the previous day said, "Hey, Brent, can you do this thing for us? Like, prepare this balance sheet and income statement for Monday. Like, you don't have to, but if you can, that would be great." I'm like, "Yeah, you know what? Let's just do it." So I'm gonna skip the rest of the day and the 11th because I just spent pretty much my entire day doing that for them. Now on to February 12th. Yes, February 12th now. Um so yeah, I showed him like what I did. So like he was able to prepare it for the meeting with his client. After lunch, he like did T4s and T5s training with me. He said, but before we do that, I want to talk to you about this income statement and balance sheet that you made. So he's like, I talked to the client and then I showed him this comparative income statement. Notice at the meals and entertainment, 2022, $3,000 during the year, 2023, $4,000 during the year, 2024, $92,000 during the year. So you can imagine the client's face when he looked at it. He went, "Whoa!" Like really surprised. He's like, "The key is, Brent. You should have looked at that and thought, that looks a little odd." But moreover, just don't you put his credit card statements into the meals and entertainment. That I don't feel like going into all the details. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. So that was about it for February 12th. It was a sunny day. During this time, I was there for about 3 weeks. I'll tell you later why I was there for so short. But during this time, underneath the office, there was a British store where you could buy British food. Like, I don't remember the exact dates for all of these, so I'm just going to tell you what I bought. During my 3 week period, I got they had this ice cream soda, which tasted really similar to ice cream. After the taxes, it was 280 plus tax, it was like 314. They had meat pies, which they threw in the microwave if you wanted warmed. This is British food. What did you expect, right? And some other thing that I don't remember. My brain's a little foggy right now. February 13 and 14, I'm gonna skip. 15th after work, I went to Cactus Club, and then I somehow got a table. Like there was like one table left, and and then there was this waitress. This particular waitress served me two or three times before, so she knew who I was. And she's like, "I'm not serving you today, but I wanted to let you know that they've changed the lemonade because I know you love to get the lemonade, and the lemonade, I'm sorry to tell you, is not refillable. It's now 650. It's called the Sicilian lemonade, and it's not refillable." I'm like, well, yeah, I knew that because I went to a different location, and yeah, that was a bummer. So then I had someone else serve me, and then I got the typical. I got Coke, and I got the chocolate lava cake. Yeah, and then afterwards, it was 1766. I paid, headed home, finished the blacklist, reviewed what I learned in the office that day. That this was just something my parents thought would help me keep my job. Just review what you learned in the office, like a good boy. Yeah. February 16. I don't remember anything other than it was a sunny day, so I'm gonna skip it. That was a yeah, so that was about it. February 17th, so I finally was able to get the refund for the course I dropped on January 8th. So I went to the bank to collect my refund, basically, and to because they mailed a check to me, so then I cashed in the check. And yeah, that was about it. That was a cloudy day. Sunday, February 18th, I headed over to church. It started at 10 a.m. And when I closed the door, I was like, I'm pretty loud with my door sounds. At 10 I left at 9:53 a.m. and at 10 a.m. my mom sent me a message saying, "Dear son, please, when you close the door, can you please be quiet? This is the 100th time I've had to remind you." And she drew a laugh emoji this time. Yeah. That night, I made a YouTube video called How to Basics First 100 Videos. Where did it go so wrong? I wasn't that acquainted with editing at that time, so yeah. For me, it was like it took it over an hour and a half, and like I watched his How to Basics very first video came out on December 8th, 2011, and 90 of his videos, early videos, were on the same date, March 26th, 2012. It was when he slowly started to go insane, and then at his 100th video, you started to see the first egg. And at first it was subtle, and then it went like, the kind of How to Basic you know today. Yeah. February 19th, there was no work, so skipped over to the 20th. Yeah. February 21st, it was a cloudy day, and at work, many people's birthdays fell in February, so the boss announced that everyone was going to White Spot for lunch, which I joined along. And then everyone, people, 50% people got water. My boss got coffee. I got lemonade. I drank a lemonade and wanted a refill. The server's like, "Oh, the refills for juice are not free at this location, but this one time I'm going to let it slide," which I thought was nice of her. And then we got like, a lot of us got pasta. I got like this spaghetti bolognese, which I thought was going to be very plain, but to my surprise, actually tasted very good. And then, when then the bill came along, it was like $289. And then my boss is like, "Yeah, put it on my credit card." I'm like, "What? I didn't know that the boss paid for us. That's so nice of him." And then one of my coworkers was like, yeah, you should order more, charge more on the credit card. I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm not that mean guy. um, on Yeah, so that's all I remember for February 21st. Thursday, February 22nd now. Uh, on that particular day, on February 22nd, not much really happened at work. After work, it was around 5:30ish. I remember I sent a message to my parents saying, "Guess who just finished his 12th day of work?" This guy. I started on February 8th, so technically it was the 11th. I don't know. 6 and 12 are my favorite numbers though. So, yeah. And 5:46 p.m. my mom was like I don't know. I then wrote guess who's going to enjoy like some fine food now, this guy. Like I wrote that as well. And then at 5:46 p.m. my mom wrote something like good son, like in Chinese it was like 能干的儿子. And then she sent a second message saying, "Where are you going to eat? Like, like don't eat too much, you'll gain weight," or something like that. Yeah. So that was it. That's all I remember for the 22nd. February 23rd, I don't remember anything that happened at work, but on that particular day, my dad had to go to the office, so he said that he could come pick me up after I was done. So at 5:38 p.m., he sent me a message saying, "I'm downstairs here in the British store." I told you about the British store, and um, when I went outside to meet him, he told me no, like we went inside the store and just looked at what kind of foods they had and all that. We didn't really buy anything, and I drove back home because to practice my driving skills. Um, yeah, and that night I had basketball at 7 p.m. I was a star that particular night. I made like at least 6, 7 shots. I remember that. Saturday, February 24 was when I went bowling with my church. That was an evening event. During the daytime, it was a cloudy day. I was doing the Plants vs Zombies vase breaker endless to see how to see how far I could make it. I forget what the number was now, but it was like somewhere between 20 to 30. And what I discovered was in the beginning you had in the beginning of the Vasebreaker Endless, you had 8 zombies and 1 Gargantuar, that giant dude. And after every 10, 1 zombie would be replaced with 1 Gargantuar. So then it would become 7 zombies and 2 Gargantuars, then 6 zombies and then 3 Gargantuars, etc., etc. So after you reached a streak of like 80 or 90, you just have 9 Gargantuars every single round. Um, yeah, so then came the bowling event. I already made reservations. And then I remember before the event officially started, I told people, I don't want to sound too commanding or demanding. I want to give people their freedom and stuff, something along the lines of that. And then one girl messaged me with a GIF called "You're the Boss." I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna take control. So we went in there, and the receptionist told us that for some reason our names weren't registered, like for the reservation, but because of this error, we were gonna get free tickets for the bowling next time, and then we saw that as a perfect W. Um, so during the bowling, we did 3 rounds of bowling. Some And I remember there was this one girl at the last second. She messaged me saying, "Bren, is it okay if one more person joins in, i.e., me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" So we had her join in too. When she came in, I asked her, "Hey, so yeah, where's your husband?" And then she's like, "Yeah, he's just taking a nap." Yeah, so then we started doing the bowling. My first two, we played three games altogether. My first two games were really sloppy. I don't know. I don't think the bowling shoes helped at all. Yeah, they were very uncomfortable to wear. But that was probably because the ground was slippery and all that. I'm not sure. There was this one girl who, the same girl who sent the GIF, the "You're the Boss" GIF. She, okay, funny story. She threw the bowling ball, and there was nothing there. There were no bowling pins there. But if there had been bowling pins there, the bowling ball would have knocked all five pins down, and she would have gotten a strike. The second the bowling ball passed where the supposed bowling pins would be, they they came back. It was so funny, basically. Um. Oh wait, I'm not sure if it was. I think she threw the ball, and then at the last second, the bowling pins went up, and then as soon as she like, the bowling ball went away, the bowling pins came back in. It was kind of funny. I know I'm kind of butchering the description, but yeah. There was this one guy, let's just call him Electrician, and another guy. Like, they were neck and neck. Like, they had like a high score of 162 and 158. They got a lot of strikes and spares, both of them. My first two games, I didn't even make it to 100 points, but on game three, I had a score of 115. Yeah. So after the game, none of us had dinner yet, so we decided to go eat. Basically, I was in extremely low on gas. Like, my fuel gauge was showing empty, like it was shining bright yellow, basically. So I filled gas before meeting the rest of the people there. There was this. So while we were there, I sat beside this one guy. Let's just call him Texas. And like, I took a picture of him, and then I said, "Hey, this is just for a commercial." And then he said something like, "If you put me in a KFC ad, I'll sue you." Yeah. And then yeah, we ordered some food. We got this big platter that was like $105. It contained chicken, contained like a bunch of other barbecue stuff, and some of us also ordered some extra food. This was around 8:30 p.m. By the way, I got a fried chicken sandwich with some fries, and then I was surprised to see fried dill pickles on the menu. That was the first time in my life I saw fried dill pickles, because I thought it wouldn't be very popular, but it turned out it actually was. Okay, and after, yeah, we talked for quite a bit. Yeah, and we all paid, like, I paid like for my own stuff that I ordered, but all of us, there were about 10 people, split the $105 platter into 10 equal proportions. So I think I paid about like $31 that night. Afterwards, I decided to give Texas a ride home, basically, and that in a previous earlier in the year, this guy, let's just call him Strong Guy, okay? Like, I remember I was sent Texas home previously in January, but then Strong Guy said, "I think it's better if I send him home. We live closer together." But I was like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just gonna send Texas home myself. Um, so then he got in my car, and we drove back to his home. It was around 10:36 p.m. when this occurred. So during the ride, he told me, he said, "Hey, you want to turn on the defroster?" I actually didn't know where the defroster in my car was, which was very funny. He helped me point it out, and then he drove. We drove, and it was about a 20 minutes drive from my house. I understood why Strong Guy the day before, previously, said he wanted to take him home because those two lived quite close together at the time. Um, I drove through a Cactus Club. Yeah, and we got yeah. So we got to his home. Like I put in the GPS, and it's like 3 minutes away. I'm like, I'm sure you would know how to go home from here, right? And then he's like, plot twist, no, I've actually, this is just like Squid Game season 1 where I've been kidnapped and I don't know where the last 3 blocks of my home are and stuff. It was really funny, but eventually I was able to send him home, and that's the end of February 24th. Sunday, February 25th, not much happened during the day. It was a sunny day that day, and at around 4 p.m. I headed over to Cactus Club. This was, yeah, it was the second time that week. There, I met an older lady, and we sort of struck up a conversation. She was like, "I'm just waiting for my daughter. They're with my ex husband right now." Or stuff like she was either swimming or skating. I can't remember right now. And she told me her name, said she was like middle aged, 42 or 43 years old at the time. We were talking about, and then we both talked to this bartender, and we were talking about ethnicity. And this particular bartender, it turned out she was Indian and Chinese, which I was surprised. I would have not have guessed that. But yeah, that was pretty much it for the 25th. February 26th, I don't remember anything that happened at work. But my church small groups agreed to meet up at IKEA at 6:30 that evening. So I went to IKEA basically, and I was surprised at how good the prices were compared to like some place like Cactus Club. That place was a godsend, honestly. Um, yeah. So we met up, and then I told my entire group like the first time I ever texted a girl was Tuesday, June 18, 2013, and then they were like, wow, that was 11 years ago. And then I pointed at this one guy, and then I said, what were you doing 10 years ago? Playing RuneScape? And then he's like, yeah, I was probably in high school or something. And then there was this one girl, two girls, let's just call them Calgary or something like that. She told us that, like, she basically hates almost every beverage except water. And I'm like, what about lemonade? Lemonade's my favorite beverage. And he's like, no, I don't like that either. It's too sour. Which I was surprised. Almost no one I know doesn't like lemonade. And then this one of them mentioned that she was engaged with a guy, and another one said that she was dating a famous YouTuber with over 10 million subs, which I thought was pretty cool. February 20. No, we also played Uno that day, and we also played Dutch Blitz, which I know how the game works, but I suck at that game. Like, I absolutely suck at Dutch Blitz. Yeah, so we obviously also had food. I actually didn't know before my 20s. I didn't know that IKEA had food, like sold food. I thought it was just a furniture place. Yeah, so I ordered pretty much the same thing I ordered on January 6th, 2025. I ordered like this salmon sashimi with this dill, covered in dill and lemon. I ordered like this nut chocolate cake. I ordered. What else did I order? I'm having a hard time remembering. I ordered 4 things. I could always check the IKEA video if I want to remember, but the total came to $20.23, which was a pretty good deal at the time. Yeah. The So yeah, that was pretty much it for February 26th. I'm gonna go ahead and skip the 27th because I don't remember anything that happened that day. Also the 28th. So now we're on to February 29th, basically. And on that particular day, my supervisor told me about how he found a few errors in my T4s and T5s. He was like, "You were trying to get them done a little too quickly." He's like, "Brent, just slow down, you know?" And I'm like, yeah, I know how to do them in general. I don't know what the hell happened, honestly. Like, I'm generally good with them, but yeah. Uh, so then that afterwards, I went to Cactus Club. I still have that particular receipt. Basically, I the reason I kept it was because it was February 9. That day comes once every 4 years, and it was Skinny Boy's birthday the day before. And then we were like, "Wow, your birthday, you missed February 29 by one day. Imagine if that happened. You would have been 7 years old." So that was pretty funny. Yeah. But in Cactus Club, I got the lava cake and I got a Coke. Yeah. Now we're on to Friday, March 1st. So the thing was that you remember back in February 5th when I told you about the guy who said that he likes to play guitar and the guy who likes to go hiking on his free time. Well, that company offered me the job on February 16th or 17th, and they told me at the time that I would be. It was originally I was to be starting on February 26th, but some delays with the technology and stuff, so my new start date was Monday, March 4th. So I had to re sign something. So on Friday, March 1st, I went and told my supervisor at around 2:30 that, hey, I've decided that I'm going to unfortunately resign from this area. It was really nice working with you and all that. And then I told him I'm going to be leaving my key here. I said, oh, also, can I leave a little earlier today at around 4:30? He's like, sure. And then at 3:45, he's like, hey, how's it going, Brent? And I'm like, good. He's like, hey, if you want, you can even leave at 4. And then before I left, I was like, hey, do you think I could use you as a reference whenever I could possibly? He's like, yeah. He's like, you know what? We're gonna miss you. And he gave me one of his business cards. After I left the building, I headed into the British store for one last time, and my last purchase was 2 ice cream sodas. After tax, it came to $6.28. March 1st started off as a cloudy day, but after I left the office, it was like a sunny day. I headed over to Cactus Club, where I sat at the bar because Friday afternoons it's absolutely crazy at the bars. Like you would have no chance getting a table unless you made a reservation. And then I met this particular waitress, the same waitress that got switched over on January 20th. Yeah, and then she was like, "Remind me what your name again is," because like she forgot my name, but I remembered her name because I had a pretty good memory. And yeah, I just talked to some of the bartenders there, and I had basketball that evening. Because the reason we had basketball consecutive 2 weeks was because it got canceled on February 16 for some reason. I don't remember what it is right now. I'm gonna skip February. I'm gonna skip Saturday, March 2nd. All I remember from that day was it was a sunny day, and that my parents had to like leave the house for like I think like 5 or 6 hours. I just spent the day in my house like doing the Plants vs Zombies Vase Breaker and iZombie Endless. Those were my favorite puzzle games. Yeah. Sunday, March 3rd. I met my best friend Jacob, and then I told him about this very cool thing that happened. So you guys remember the YouTuber Leafy here who got banned in August 2020, and then I told him how he got banned for making like offensive posters against Pokimane, but then how like when Sniper Wolf doxed Jack's films, nothing happened to her, and I said I know why. It's because YouTube wants to make money, and yeah, and she's a valuable contributor. And then Jacob told me about this college incident where a few girls were like assaulted in a way, and that the perpetrator was either never caught or they were never charged. I forget which one it is now. But then and then I also mentioned about how like YouTube disabled dislikes, and I'm like, yeah, they said that they did it just because they don't want small creators' feelings to get hurt. But then I told him, it's like, if you can't even handle the most minor criticism of someone saying they don't like what you created, then you shouldn't even be making videos. And he was like, yeah, I agree. This all happened around March March 3rd at 11 a.m. I want to say, yeah. So not much happened. Like I gave my new workplace my references. Like that was pretty much all there was to it. So Monday, March 4th now starts to come into play. This was my first day in the new office. I was told to start at 8:30. I came in at 8:20 a.m. And then I called my boss saying I'm already downstairs. He's like, "Oh yeah, great. I'll come down. I'll come on over." We met, shook hands. We went into the elevator together. I got my access card, my fob, and like some other. I was led to my desk and all those all that glorious stuff on your first day of work. Yeah. Then I had orientation. I met with 11 other people. There were 12 people in the meeting room altogether. And then everyone was to say one thing, introduce about themselves, and then pass it on to the next person. I was person 8 of 12. It was a guy who got me to introduce myself. Yeah. So then I introduced myself and then I got shown the training files. At around 12 o'clock, I headed out to lunch with my boss and my coworker. I was told there would be lunch, but I brought my own sandwich just to be sure. But it turned out I didn't need it after all. So then we walked basically, and this was around 12 p.m. We sat down, and basically my boss and that coworker both got a eggs Benedict for $23 or $24, and I got a pulled pork sandwich with fries for about $17. And then my boss during our conversation while we were eating, I asked him, "Hey, do you have any kids?" And he's like, "No, but I have a dog." And then we talked about traveling. I told him how I wanted to travel to Australia and Thailand. Yeah, and yeah, afterwards, my boss put the bill on his credit card, which I appreciated, and we headed back to the office at 3 o'clock. 3:03 precisely, my boss sent me a message on this Teams app saying, "Hey Brent, feel free to swing by whenever you're ready, just to see how my first day was and all that glorious stuff." And yeah, that's pretty much it for that day. I headed home, went to church that evening. That's all I remember for March 4th. Tuesday, March 5th. Um, Tuesday, March 5th. Yeah, I went to work. I wanted to say hi to my boss, but I realized that he doesn't really usually he doesn't show every single day. So he didn't show up that particular day. And then, like, I just continued on with my training and stuff. Um, yeah, that was pretty much it. After after work at around 7 p.m., I headed over to Toastmasters. This It was held in a library, and I met like a bunch of people. We all introduced ourselves. I forget much of what happened that particular first day. Um, yeah. So that's basically the fifth. I don't remember anything from the sixth. On the seventh, I did more of my training at work. Um, and yeah, I don't remember anything about the seventh either. um, oh, I forgot. On February 25th, I made a video titled "If Breaking Bad Took Place in Canada," and it had the Breaking Bad thumbnail with a Canadian flag at the bottom. And in that video, it contained the words, "I'm sorry, Walter, you have cancer. Your treatment starts this week," with the ending music playing. And some point during the week, I couldn't tell if it was the 4th or March 4th or March 7th, my friend posted a comment on that video saying that it would be like, no, 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 no. It's sorry, Walter. There's a 2-year wait before you can get free healthcare treatment because um, demand outweighs supply. We hope you can survive 2 years without treatment. That I couldn't. I don't remember which exact date that comment was posted, but it was some point in early March. Yeah. Um, so then Friday, March 8th occurred. I got done with like half of my training. It, I will tell you one thing about the training. It was so tedious. Like, I'm not the type of guy who likes to learn by reading. I'm the type of guy who likes to learn by doing. This is gonna come in effect later. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So after work, I headed over to Cactus Club. And I got the lava cake. This time I got a ginger ale, and for some reason, like at one point I requested a double refill. I did it accidentally though. Like I think it was like some guy gave me my lava cake and I asked him for a refill, but then I already previously told the waitress to get me a refill. So then she came back with 2 refills. So the receipt showed 3 refills of ginger ale altogether, but luckily for me, I wasn't charged extra. I left one of the glasses untouched, though. Yeah. Um, and then, like at around 6:27 p.m., my mom sent me a message in Chinese saying, "How are you doing? Is everything good?" And then she added a laugh emoji, and then I wrote and I'm a little embarrassed to admit this, but I wrote, "I'm very good," and then I drew a dog emoji. It's an inside joke. I would never disrespect my mom. You would not get this joke, so I'm not gonna bother explaining it. Like, I'm very good. I drew a dog emoji. I'm like, I'm just at Cactus Club eating dessert, and yeah, she was cool. Yeah, I would never call my mom a dog. Yeah, I love my mom. That evening, I locked the door and did the Plants vs. Zombies Vase Breaker Endless speedrun. I made it to a streak of 35 or 36 before I ultimately got killed. My mom already went to bed then because I put a notice outside my door called "Do Not Disturb." Yeah. March 9th, it was a cloudy day. I was excited for daylight savings, which was coming up soon, basically. And yeah, that particular day, my back was a little crooked. My mom was just saying like, can you make your back straight a little bit? Like, yeah, nothing particularly interesting happened that day. Not that it would on any day. March 10th finally occurred, basically, and it was also a cloudy day. I headed to church that day, and I met this one guy who was about 15, 16 years old. And then she's like, oh, my math teacher's here. She's that lady in the red dress. And then I saw a woman with glasses and with an older guy, which I assumed was her husband. We met up. Yeah, and like she met up. And then we introduced ourselves basically. And she told me how she wasn't just good at grade 11 math, which was what she was teaching at the time, how she was also good at calculus, ODEs, and like all that other university math. Um, yeah, and then also that it was 1 week left before high schoolers had their spring break. Um, I don't remember much. Oh, I went to the mall that afternoon. I went to the mall to basically wanting to test my confidence with speaking with other people. So like I had a stranger film me where I was like first person to correctly guess my age gets $20. I got this idea from a Darman video where Darman like said first person to guess my age wins $100, where someone got $100. So I thought I envisioned it in my head like I was gonna shout out at across the food court and say, "All right, everybody, first person to guess my age would get $100." But like I chickened out. I got cold feet, so I couldn't do it. After 30 minutes of useless trying, I actually did try once or twice, but I think people got creeped out by the camera, so I was like, yeah, maybe in the future I'll do it, but not today. So then I just headed over to Cactus Club. I told the bartenders what happened, and then one of them was like, yeah, you know what? It happens. It happens, yeah. And then I had this lady, it's like, hey, guess how old I am? And then she's like, 24, 25. And I'm like, you got it right the first time. I'm 24 years old. It's like, I should have stuck with my gut reaction. I think I ordered a lava cake that day. The reason I hesitate is because I don't always order the lava cake. Occasionally, I ordered the key lime pie. So, but I don't think I did that particular day. Yes. Okay. That evening, I posted a YouTube video titled "Let's Rank Common Beverages." I still remember most of the ratings today. I said, okay, so I give lemonade a 9.5 out of 10, Mountain Dew 8.9 out of 10, Coke 8.1, Diet Pepsi 8 out of 10, apple cider 7.8 out of 10, apple juice 6.5 out of 10, and orange juice as like last and most definitely least. Orange juice is a 4.2 out of 10. I cannot stand the taste, especially when it's pulpy. I posted that video around 9, 10 o'clock that evening, and at 10:49 p.m., my friend Strong Guy typed in the words, "Your take on orange juice is an abomination." It's got to be a 9 out of 10 for me. Apple juice is like a 4.1 out of 10. And then I woke up, I saw this the next day, Monday, March 11th, at around 7:38 a.m. And then another guy typed in the GIF, "Gonna stop you right there." And then this girl wrote, "One of my preschoolers told me that apple juice was pee in a glass, so I'm scarred for life." Yeah. And then I'm like, hey, you know what? I want to see what that Calgary girl thinks about this video. Aside from Taylor Swift, we seem to be polar opposites on everything else. And yeah, then she responded with, orange juice is probably the only thing I drink on your list, so I think your theory stands. Yeah, and then at around 4:46 p.m., my friend Jacob typed in something in the chat like about this news article, and then someone said, "Jacob, are you moving to India?" And then he replied, "No, India is moving to us." Um, and it turned out he was right, but that's a story for a different day. At 7 p.m., I headed over to small groups church. And at around 8 o'clock, I got so tired that I fell asleep. Like, I literally dozed off like this. And I hope I didn't snore, but I'm gonna ask my friends if I actually did snore. Yeah, so basically, and at around 8:57 p.m., Skinny Boy was filming me, and I think some guy, like, put a pillow over my head. And then some people were laughing, like, and then one girl was like, is he breathing? And I woke up, I was like, what did I miss? And then, like, they posted it in the Facebook chat. One girl was like, what did I miss? Everything, Brent Wayne. And then Jacob at around 10 p.m. wrote, ooh, a classic, because I have done that before. I not on purpose, but by accident. Yeah. March 12th. March 12th, I don't remember anything that happened at work, but it was a sunny day. I went over to Cactus Club and I talked with the bartender, and we were talking about daylight savings and how it got pushed an hour forward. I'm like, you miss an hour of your sleep. But he's like, don't worry, you'll get that hour back in November. And then I told him about this time. It's like how some older people can't adjust as quickly to the daylight savings because of their circadian rhythms and stuff. And he's like, yeah, honestly, if it were up to me, the daylight savings would change today, would change on Sunday for the very last time, and then it wouldn't even be touched. Yeah. That's it for March 12th. I got a little sick of Cactus Club after that day, I'm not gonna lie. So then came March 13th. After work, I went to a new place called Tap and Barrel. I was like, hey, let's see what kind of desserts they have. I previously did a full video on their desserts, so feel free to check that out when you're done this video. That location was right in the was perfectly aligned with my transit to work. Basically, like, that restaurant was somewhere here in the line from here to here, basically. So I head over. When I got out, yeah, so like I walked like about 5 minutes. That restaurant, that Tap and Barrel, was located like by an ocean side, basically. So like the view was so nice. And then okay. So then I got there, and the bartender gave me directly a glass of water, which slightly irked me, but not for the reason you think. I'm the type of guy who really, really hates change. So, and like, all the restaurants I've been to, I was almost never directly served a glass of water. So I thought that was a little odd. I'm like, hey, can I just directly have a lemonade? And he's like, yeah, sure. So that was what happened, okay, I remember now. I'm gonna go back to March 12th, and then I'm gonna jump to Wednesday, March 13th. So, after I left work on Tuesday, March 12th, I wrote in the family message chat group, Guess who just finished his seventh day of work? This guy. And then my mom wrote in Chinese, "能干的儿子," yeah, which is good son. And then she wrote, "You 准备去哪里快乐呀?" And then she's like, "Where are you gonna go to be happy this time?" And she added a laugh emoji. And then my dad wrote, "This guy will do well in his 3 months here and will pass his probation period smoothly." And then my dad wrote, "This guy is a desert addicted." He didn't write dessert. He wrote desert, DESERT, and he drew a desert emoji. I found out that he did that intentionally, and it was because he didn't want me to look at a dessert and start slobbering in my mouth. And then my dad sent over a few voice messages. The first voice message was when he went to my Google speaker, and then he said, "Hey Google, how to eat less dessert?" And then there were crickets. And then my dad said, "Hey Google, how to not eat too much dessert?" Still nothing. And then he was like, "Hey Google, how to eat less dessert?" This was around 23 seconds. And then a few seconds later, Google replied telling me where the dessert locations are near my home, which was super funny. Yeah. Anyways, March 13th now. I told the bartender, "Can you just directly get me a lemonade from now on?" He's like, "Yeah, sure." So he did, and I ordered a sticky toffee pudding that day. The total, let me think, it was 10.95 plus for the dessert plus 3.50. Altogether, it was 15.65 after taxes. Yeah. And I did give a tip. I don't remember how much though right now. Yeah. And then my dad, after I left the restaurant, my dad sent me another voice message that said, "Hi Brent, Google asks you to decrease your sugar intake every day. I just got the answer from Google, but I did not record it. Believe in Google, okay? Eat less dessert. Always eat less than you want it. Then you will be a healthy guy." So, yeah, that's all for the 13th. March 14th, I met some of my new coworkers. I actually met some of them on the 8th. Yeah, they were the same. I just didn't mention it, one, because I forgot, but then two, I was like, you know what, I'll just mention it on the 14th. Because they were, a lot of them were people I already met on the 8th. There was this one girl who was a year younger than me, but graduated from the same university as me. And another guy who was a few months older than me, but was like in charge of like the tax department and stuff. We had a lot of free pizza there, so I ate like a bunch of pizza. I don't think there was pineapple pizza. Thank God. I hate pineapple pizza. And that was pretty much it. Oh yeah, so that guy, that 24-year-old tax guy, he also drank a few bottles of beer. Yeah. And I met quite a few people. Yeah. That's all I remember for the 14th. There was also a sunny day, but yeah. Friday, March 15 now. On that particular day, at around 2:50 p.m., I got a call from the police department. And what must have happened was, I think I left my ID or my bus pass or something like that, and then like I think it fell out of my pocket. I forgot to put it in my wallet, and then someone found it and then gave it to the police station. So they called me. They were able to track my phone number. I told my parents, and then my mom sent me a message at around 3:15 p.m. saying, "Ah, dear, your card fell. Maybe you can pick it up after work." And she's like, "Oh, you can't pick it up after work because you have basketball. Just get your dad to do it." So then my dad basically went to pick it up for me. Yeah, I finished all my training for work that day, and I just headed on home. I had basketball at 7 p.m. There were only 5 people there. Me, Skinny Boy's friends. No, Skinny Boy's friend. The math teacher and her husband. The math teacher wasn't wearing glasses. I think she was wearing contacts. Yeah, we played basketball. We played games like bump and half court 2-on-2 basketball. I remember at one point I said to her, "Are you 26 years old?" And then she's like, "No, I know I'm much older than I look. If you score this in, I'll tell you my actual age." I didn't score it in, so she didn't tell me her age. Yeah. After basketball, I said to Skinny Boy, "Hey, do you wanna have milkshakes with me at White Spot today?" And then he's like, "Nah, I think I'm good." And like, "Someday, I guarantee, someday I will have you come with me." He's like, "Oh, okay, someday." Yeah, so that was pretty much it for then. Yeah. Uh, Saturday, March 16th, I had previously made a reservation on March 2nd for Cactus Club on the 16th. I don't usually do reservations 2 weeks in advance. I just wanted to see how far the reservation system would extend. So then I got that reservation at around 4 o'clock. So I headed over to the mall at around 2:33 ish, and I originally looked into my camera. It was a sunny day, by the way, on Saturday, March 16th, and it was 20 degrees out, so I just wore short sleeves that day. Anyways, I then said into the camera, my phone, so today's word is ambiguous. I a few minutes later dropped the idea of filming because I didn't think strangers would be comfortable with the idea of filming. But it was good. So like I think I gave the word ambiguous and the Mighty Ducks and something else. Like I told them the hint was difficult vocab words and uh, famous TV shows or movies respectively. I think one of them was a couple that I did this game with, and another one was a family group. I did this with 3 or 4 people. I withdrew about $80 from my bank account, like four $20 bills, before heading over to the food court. I concluded that the food court was the best place to do this because people were sitting down and eating, not outside where people were walking. Because if you did this, then people would be like, it would be hard to get people interested. But when you're at the food court, people are sitting down and it's easier to get them to participate. So I gave people the money regardless if they got it or not. They were really appreciative of it. They even told, some of them even told me their names and introduced me to themselves. And yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah. Sunday, okay, no. Saturday, March 7th. No. We're still on Saturday, March 16th. Yeah. There was only one couple that wasn't interested in the Hangman game. It was like an older couple, despite me mentioning the cash prize, but you know what? It happens. Headed home at around. I cooked steak for dinner. I cooked mine rare to medium rare. And at 8 o'clock, I had a games night. This was my very first games night with Skinny Boy and another guy. Let's just call him Electrician. And we played. Me and Skinny Boy played together for like the first 30 minutes because the Electrician had some other things to do, and then he joined in around 8:30, 8:35. Me and Skinny Boy yeah, we played like Coup, and then we played one game with the electrician of with Coup. Skinny Boy in that particular game actively challenged everybody, like he thinks he's Zen or something. And then the electrician told us his username, and his username at first contained the word God, God, in it, but then the the site didn't allow that username because that was not a Christian site, so he changed it from God to God, GAWD. And yeah, we played a few games. Skinny Boy had to leave a little early, so me and the electrician played a game of Saboteur. I still don't understand how it works, not even today. Sunday, March 17th, it was a hot sunny day. I drove to the church. I met my friend Jacob, and after church, we went out for lunch. While eating, yeah, so we had sushi for lunch. He got either the crazy boy roll or the crazy girl roll. I don't remember right now. I got like tempura. It was like 7 pieces, a miso soup, and I think spicy either salmon or sushi roll. Yeah, that came up to, and I paid for the entire bill. It came out to like $36. Um, we also talked for a bit. I talked to him about this YouTuber named J Station who got banned for faking his girlfriend's death. We talked about like some other stuff. Oh, we also talked about like the best foods. And I said, "Hey, you like chicken and waffles, right? Chicken and waffles are really good." And he's like, "Yeah, I used to like chicken and waffles. I don't really care about chicken and waffles anymore." He's like, "Oh, you know what? I love eggs Benedict." And yeah, that was one of his favorite foods. So yeah, that was pretty much all I remember about March 17th. Monday, March 18th, I went to work. I told my boss I finished all my training, and he's like, "Yeah, so you can start doing the accounting stuff and also the tax preparations and all that." So yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Uh, yeah, that was all I remember about work. Okay. Then after work, I headed to the church. It was like a small groups night, but it was like a big church get together where all the people were there. So basically, I played many games. One of them was Coup, and I played with the electrician and another guy. Let's just call him Strong Guy, and 3 other people. There were altogether 6 players. Yeah. I had a Duke and Contessa. This one girl, who was from Texas, she tried to assassinate me, and I blocked with the Contessa. She challenged it, and she lost because I did have a Contessa. I I cooed. I had launched 2 coups that game, and I said to Strong Guy, "Hey, don't coup me the first time because you cooed me previously in previous games, and we were always back and forth. So call a truce." He's like, "Yeah, okay." So Strong Guy launched 2 coups. The first one was directed at the electrician, and the second one was at me. I forget how the rest of the game went, but the electrician won the first game. The second game, I was the first to be eliminated. I forgot how that went. Um, yeah, that's pretty much all I remember about March 18th. Yeah, yeah. Tuesday, March 19th, I saw my boss for the second time. I hadn't seen him since the first day, which was March 4th. And I was like, "Yeah, hey, it's good to see you again." That particular day, yeah, I don't really remember much. Yeah, I don't remember much about March 19th, so I'm just gonna skip to March 20th. 19th and 20th, I just did like some taxes and all that. Um, I was not very good at it. I don't really want to talk about it, in all honesty. 20th, I left the place, and then I headed over to Tap and Barrel for dessert. Um, so it was a waitress who served me this time, and then she gave me water, and then she's like, the bartender said you like the lemonade, so here's the lemonade, and yeah, the bill was 15.65, same as last time after taxes. March 21st, I decided, you know what, I'm gonna try something else right now. So like I did some accounting stuff. The day before, my boss gave me approval to like Microsoft Office Suite or something like that, so I had access to that. I had a face to face meeting with my boss on the computer, no, virtually, about like some of the files he gave me. Yeah, and I stayed there until like 6:30. I left, and then I just played some Plants vs Zombies that evening. It was like around 8 by the time I finished dinner. I was exhausted. March 20 Friday, March 22nd, I said, you know what, I can't do the taxes anymore. And so me and the supervisor, we decided to call it quits. She told my boss, and then she said, you know what, yeah, it's fine. Uh, we had like pizza basically for lunch. The entire office, a meat pizza, a meat and a pineapple pizza, and then I remember someone saying, "Who said pineapple pizza is bad? Like that's more of a Canadian or U.S. thing." I forget what it was like right now. Yeah, that was it. Oh, and afterwards, I met my friend from university. We already agreed to meet up. Previously, we arranged this since March 11th. So yeah, we met up outside outside a train station, and we walked. And it was a cloudy day, but I still showed him to the C bus anyways. I showed him some cool math problems. One of them being x squared minus 5 absolute value x plus 6 equals 0. Find all the solutions of x, real and imaginary. And I showed him another infinite nested loop problem that I was able to solve. It was pretty cool. Uh, the SkyTrain, no, on the C bus, I told him I wish I could have brought you here on a sunnier day. The view was so nice then. And also, we also talked about things like this guy faking a Mario speedrun, and also talked about whether or not you would want kids. Uh, yeah, that's pretty. We talked about that. We got like some ice cream at this place. I paid for the ice cream. We also got dinner. I forget what I got a Coke and he got a Sprite, I think. No, I got a Sprite and he got a Coke. We got calamari and something else. I can't remember right now. That's all I remember for March 22nd. We parted ways eventually at around 9 or 10 p.m. and I said, hey, why don't we meet up tomorrow for games night, just you and me? The original plan was for me, the electrician, and Skinny Boy to have a games night every Saturday, but I thought that would be a little too much. Plus, Skinny Boy said that he and his wife hadn't had time to spend hang out together, so he wanted to spend it with her. So I'm like, I told to my friend, this particular friend from the C bus, I'm like, hey, why don't we play virtually tomorrow night? And he's like, yeah, sure. So March 23rd occurred. At a we agreed to meet at 8. After I had dinner, it was 7:45. I went on Instagram and messaged him and logged into my account. I added him as a friend, which he accepted, and at 8 o'clock I locked the door, but like so I could play with him and focus on this. At and shortly after, my mom knocked on my door to give me some fruit. Uh, We played games like Hearts and Six Nimmt. I didn't have the premium for that site at that time, so I wasn't able to go on BGA and like play games like Coup or Love Letter, which that's what the site required. So I was like, I'm gonna eventually have to get premium. I said this to myself at the time. March 24th occurred. I went to church, met up with the guy and his girlfriend. That girl was the one who tried to assassinate me in Coup on Monday, March 18th. Yeah, we talked for a bit. Afterwards, I had lunch, went home. I went to the mall again to do the Hangman thing. I put in words like ambiguous, the Mighty Ducks, and Jack Black. I don't remember all the results, but I do remember a particular couple that I approached with the word ambiguous, and they were down to like one guess left. And then the guy turned to his girlfriend and said, "Babe, you trust me, right?" And then he guessed the letter M, and the only letters they had left were G, M, and B. So then they were able to guess the word ambiguous. I gave them $20. He introduced me to himself and his girlfriend, and yeah, I did it with like 4 or 5 people that day. March 24th was a sunny day. I afterwards I went to Cactus Club. The waitress who served me, it was the same one who served me on Saturday, January 20th. Um, but this time they didn't swap the servers. So then, yeah, I got the lava cake and the and either a ginger ale or a Coke. I can't remember. So then while I was waiting and for my food and eating the cake, I was doing a math problem which involved finding the square root of integral no finding the integral of square root tangent x, which I was unable to do. Uh, After half an hour, I finally gave up. So, and I asked for my receipt. She gave it to me. She was like, "Any plans for the rest of the day?" I honestly didn't even know what to say, so I just made something up, pulled out of thin air. I'm like, "I'm gonna play Fortnite and chess," and then she's like, "My brother plays Fortnite." Like, yeah, I didn't know what else to say there. Um, the March 24th, for dinner, I made steak. I This time I used Gordon Ramsay's recipe, which was which involved like a garlic butter sauce and cooking the steak to rare, medium rare. Uh, the first time I cooked steak was August 26, 2019. I tried to replicate that flavor on the grill, but I was never able to. Yeah, and that's all for March 24th. Monday, March 25th. I honestly don't remember anything other than it being a cloudy day. Tuesday, March 26th. I don't remember anything either except for my lunch break. My boss showed up to work that day. And I remember, like, yeah, I took a break at around 12:30. I took a nap, and then I woke up, and then like my boss was like laughing, like for some reason. 27th, I don't remember anything about at all, so I'm gonna skip the 27th. 28th, my mom and I agreed to meet up, like, because, okay, here's the thing. Like, my mom was like, "Hey, why don't I take you to a bakery where you can try some desserts instead of you always having to go to a restaurant?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. That probably sounds good." My mom went to the office that day, and like her office wasn't that far from mine, so it was a good idea. March 28th, my boss was at home, and then he sent everyone a picture, like, "Hope everyone has a long, eventful weekend," and a picture of his sleeping dog. It was quite interesting. I was like, "Hey, what's your dog's name? What kind of dog is it?" And then he told us, and then he's like, "Unlike this picture, she's usually very energetic." Um, March 29th, basically, our church went to this ceremony that started at 9 a.m. and I'm like, hell no, I am not a morning person in any way, shape, or form. So like I just didn't go. And they were also talking about Sunday, March 31st, how it instead of showing up to church at 10 a.m., would you want to show up to at 7 a.m. so you could like watch the sunrise or something. I'm like, hell no, I am not doing that. Um, I really don't. Sunday, March 31st, I went to Cactus Club, not for the lava cake, but because I went there for happy hour and they had like these truffle fries for $5. That was pretty good. Yeah. No, no, it was $8. Sorry, and I just got a Coke. That was all I remember out of March 31st. I'm gonna skip April 1st to April 4th because I don't really want to talk about my termination period. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it. So April on to Friday, April 5th. That particular day, I discovered that the library that I went to all the time as a kid was now being redesigned and renovated, basically. So yeah, I was just walking around. I got some Mountain Dew, like a bottle of Mountain Dew. I forget how much it cost right now. For lunch, I forget what I had for lunch, basically. But yeah, I like explored the downtown area, took a walk full circle before going to Tap and Barrel, like around the ocean view and all that. And then that's when I started to notice when this guy, I was served by a guy who gave me a glass of water. I don't remember his name, but he had like a mustache of some sort. And that was when I noticed that Tap and Barrel, this was the first particular restaurant that consistently directly served the customers water. Like I said, every other restaurant I've been to, the server always was like, would you like something to drink? So I felt a little odd by that. Maybe it's normal. I don't know. But yeah, and then I was like, I was actually hoping for a lemonade, and then he was like, oh yeah, sure, and got the dessert menu, and I also ordered a sticky toffee pudding. While I was waiting for my dessert, this was around 2:39 p.m. I was doing a fun math problem. I took the number 81 and tried to see if I could have sums of squares to 81. For example, like one one term of 81 is just 9 squared. You can't have two terms of 81 not integer wise. Three terms of 81 was 4 squared plus 4 squared plus 7 squared. So on and six terms of 81 was 4 squared plus 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 1 squared, so on and so forth. I made it all the way to 13 terms before some lady gave me the dessert, the sticky toffee pudding, and she was like, can I get you anything else? And I'm like, no, I'm good. I was just focused on my math. Yeah, so I just kept going, and eventually I got my bill, 1565 as usual. I don't know why. Like Tap and Barrel used to always be like, "Hey, could I get you something to drink?" instead of just directly giving you water. I felt like it was like assuming you wanted water. It just felt odd. Anyways, enough of that. On the way home, I met a girl who I recognized in my high school, and we chatted for a bit. I was shy, but she was surprisingly very welcoming. And she told me that she was a teacher. Like she was like doing the education program, and I told her I was doing accounting. I obviously didn't tell her I got fired. Okay. We had basketball that evening, and afterwards I went to White Spot for a lemonade and a milkshake. the receptionist, she was like, "You're so easy to remember." And she's like, "What's your name?" And then I told her my name, and then she told me hers. It's like, "Yeah, you're so easy to remember because you basically order the same thing every time." Fun fact, I used to go to White Spot for like the entrees and stuff, but after 2020, it started getting really expensive, and then I gave up. Um, Saturday, April 6th, I met with the electrician because I decided that it was time for me to move out of the house and find my own place to live. So this particular place was close to the train station, which was nice, and he showed me around. I thought it was a little small. And the after everything, I asked him, so what's the rent like? And he's like 1,300 per month. And at the time, I didn't really have much of an understanding of how much houses and apartments cost. So to me, that just felt like some arbitrary number. And then I was like, "What's the deposit?" And then he's like, "The deposit is $650." I didn't know that at the time that the deposit would be half the total like rent per month. And then afterwards, I played a bit of Hearts on my BGA David Lockman account, and then I met like three people. And then I said, "Hey, can I add you guys as friends after this game?" And then one lady was like, "Yeah, sure, as long as you're nice and not mean." I forget what how I did in Hearts, but I think I'm pretty solid at that game. That night, I told my parents about this particular place that was for sale, and then my dad is like, $1,300 a month is way too much. Like, you should try like seven, eight, $900 per month. And then I was like, oh, okay, that was nice to know. Um, I'm gonna skip April 7 to 11 because I don't want to talk about me being lazy on my unemployment period. Yeah, I don't really feel like discussing that. So let's go all the way to April 12th. Friday, April 12th. I went to I went to this I went to this game internet cafe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then I played some games. I remember one particular game where I shot three moons in a 75-point game. I had like, yeah, I had a very good score. And then I remember one game where there was this one guy who, like, okay, so I remember the chat. This guy, let's just call him B because that's what his name started with. This was around 1:18 p.m. I passed him the Queen of Spades, like, because in the beginning of each hand you pass three cards to the person beside you, and then he wrote LOL. Wrong target, David, because my name was David Lockman online. And then, like, he immediately played the Queen of Spades. I had no idea what he was doing. And then I'm like, okay, so the round is over. Why did you say wrong target and then play the Q straight after? And then he's like, because I had no other spades. I was getting it over with. A few minutes later, this guy, let's just call him Jay. Jay had the Queen of Spades and immediately passed it to B, who was already in last place. And then B was like, "Nice patience, Jay. Third attacking fourth. Smart." And he said, "You could have been patient." And then I said, "Hey, you shouldn't have judged him." Not like, and then B wrote, "LOL. Nobody could have forced him to get the Q. After you played too hard, he was talking to me. He's like, you would have been stuck." And then I wrote, true, but not everyone has the same experience as you, same skill set as you in this game. His ELO is 191 versus your 346. He'll learn eventually. And then B wrote, Jay has played thousands of games. Literally. ELO fluctuates. He knows. And then I'm like, so I'm guessing you've played with him before? And then B wrote, many, many times. And then J said, I have played with him many times, it's true. And then B said, you can check my game history and see it's true. In the end, I shot the moon, and then J wrote, congrats, David. And then B wrote, congrats, GG. And that was pretty much it for the internet cafe. I headed home for basketball, and on the ride home, I met another high school classmate of mine. And then we talked for a bit. He said he was doing web design. I told him about how I was doing accounting. Yeah. After I went home, like I studied a bit for my driver's exam because I had a class 5 road test the following day. Um, yeah. So Saturday, April 13th, I went to my driver's test. I failed almost immediately because I was at one point I was so busy looking at the left side where all the cars came that I failed to look on my right. So I was like, okay, no cars there. So then a pedestrian came. I was so tunnel visioned on the left side that I failed to look at the right side. Then there was this time I tried where I tried to like cut in front of a car, but I realized you couldn't do that, and then I went 60 in a 50 area. So yeah, I failed. After the test, it was like around 2 o'clock. My family and I we got like some ramen dish or something like that. Yeah. Mine had pork in it and something else. Maybe an egg. I don't remember right now. After we went home, I told my mom how I got let go from my job. And then she wasn't even angry. She's like, you know what? I don't even want to be mad at you. It's more important that you learn and, you get better. So then I told her about how from now on, I think the original plan was for me to pass my probation period and then move out. But I'm like, I want to move out now. And then they're like, yeah, sure. And said, I told them I'm going to start apartment hunting on Monday, the 15th, which was what I did. That evening, I played games with Skinny Boy. Yeah. Let me think right now. Monday, I'm going to skip April 14th. Monday, April 15th, I started apartment hunting basically. And yeah, the first apartment I found belonged to an older Chinese person, older Chinese lady. It was around $950 a month. And basically, like I don't remember much apart from it was very small, looked a little rusty, and then there was this label on the washing machine that said, "You break, I cry, you pay." And I went to like two or three different apartments that day. While I was transiting, I played some hearts on BGA. And there was this one particular guy who got so mad at this other guy because that guy he was mad at was trying to get third place. and it resulted in him getting fourth place. I got second place in that particular game, and the guy who got first place said, "Wow, had no bad cards," and he gained 28 extra skill points from that game. He was very lucky. That's all I remember about the 15th. Tuesday, April 16th, I went apartment hunting again, basically. Okay. Apartment hunting again. There was an agreement to meet up, basically, and then the guy sent me a link to an unlisted YouTube video about what his apartment looked like, which I watched. I showed up around 5:30, 5:45 to visit the place. It was also an Asian guy, from what I recall. The 15th and 16th were both sunny days. So was the 14th, yeah. Wednesday, April 17th was also a sunny day, yeah. Let me think about this. Okay, so I met up with an older lady, still day 3 of apartment hunting, and yeah, this one, she told me that she wouldn't be there to physically talk to me, but she sent me a picture of what she looked like and said that some younger guy was gonna be helping her for this thing. So basically, yeah, the guy went and showed me around, basically, and it was a nice house. It was a nice house, but it took me an hour and a half to get there from where I currently lived at the time. So yeah, I had Toastmasters that evening at around 6:30. While I was there, this older lady called me, and so I had to step out. I stepped out for around 20 minutes ish, and yeah, 20 minutes ish, and then she was laying down some ground rules for me. No smoking. It's like, if you want to bring your girlfriend, you can, but maximum once or twice per month, for reasons I don't know why. And yeah, I went for 20 minutes. Then I also remember, yeah, I went back to the Toastmasters meeting. I was called up to do a table topic speech, and the person who called me up, they gave me a little knuckle bump, which is I think a custom in Toastmasters. Yeah, so that's all I remember about April 17th. Now we're on to Thursday, April 18th. At 10 a.m. I went to this new building, new place to check out. This basement suite that I learned was $745 per month. Yeah. I took a look at it and then I left. Basically, I eventually decided to rent that place out. And on April 19th, I went back to pay the deposit. Yeah. I found this particular place on... Actually, I forget where I found it on, but that doesn't matter. So, April 19th was a sunny day. Yeah, I basically left. I was so fucking happy to finally have a place of my own that I didn't even care about anything else. It was one of the best days of my life, because I was no longer with controlling parents. Awesome. Now we're on Saturday, April 20th. Yeah, okay. So, Saturday, April 20th, I went I went to this jewelry company to interview for the accounting job. I was 10 minutes late, but I was just getting my clothes ironed and all that. I found out they were wrinkled and stuff. Yeah. And then it was sunny at first, until 2 p.m. on the 20th, and then it started getting cloudy. I did my taxes which were due on April 30th, using an app called TurboTax. And then at around 3:57 p.m., the strong guy, I was able to get him to play games night with me. And then I wrote in the chat, like, games night tonight at 8 p.m. Skinny boy can't make it, so strong guy will be taking skinny boy's place. And I at 3:57 I asked him, "What's your username?" To which he told me. And then skin at around 5:04 p.m., Strong Guy wrote in the Board Game Boys chat, "Can I do this on my phone, or is computer best?" And then I said, "Computer is best. I'm gonna Facebook call you all in 13 minutes." This was around 7:47 p.m. Yeah, and then at 8 o'clock, Strong Guy joined the board game site. No, the board game chat. The electrician originally planned to be there, but he was a no-show. So then, let's see. Strong Guy was there, and then I said, "Accept my friend request." He's like, "Are you David Lockman?" And then he laughed, and I'm like, "Yep." And then I said, "Okay, so the first game we're going to be playing is called Coup." We played 9 games of Coup, to which I won the first 4. And I remember on the first game, he was like, okay, so he claimed to have an ambassador, and then he took 2 cards from the deck, and then he was like, how do I when I click 2 cards, does that get rid of them or does that keep them? And I'm like, that keeps them. He listened to what I said. He's like, "You made me throw out a Duke and a Contessa." Like, I wasn't trying to sabotage him. I actually genuinely forgot what the answer was. And then, in that first game, I cooed him, and then he cooed me back. So, there were 5 players. All 5 of us only had 1 card left. I ended up winning that game. Yeah. In game 2, I used the ambassador ability, and then Strong Guy said to me, "Brent, click on the 2 cards you want to keep." It was really funny. And click on the 2 cards you want to keep. I won that one. The third game, I used the triangle method for Coup. I explained what the triangle method is in a separate YouTube video. Go check that out once you're done here. I won the first 4 or 5 games. We also played a game of Yahtzee. And then it was the regular game of Yahtzee, not Maxi Yahtzee. And then to which Strong Guy told me, he's like, "Hey Brent, why don't you just score 0 on the Yahtzee? Because it's very unlikely you're gonna be able to score 50 points there, get 5 of all the same kind." I previously played Yahtzee on Saturday, March 16th, so this was my second time playing it. I also showed him a game called 6 Nimit, and we played a lot of Coup that day, yeah. The next day at church on a sunny day, Sunday, April 21st, he was like, "Hey, David Lockman," in front of my friend Jacob. I realized that my new place had to have the rent was due 1 week before the end of the month for special reasons. Yeah. So that was it for April 21st. Now we're on to Monday, April 22nd. April 22nd, not much occurred. On the 23rd, my family and I went grocery shopping at Superstore just to for when I would move into my new place. And on the 24th, it was a cloudy day, but I was able to move in. I moved in my mattress into that place, and a little desk lamp, and a desk. The desk lamp was for the desk beside my bed, and a desk with a light bulb on it with my laptop. Yeah. Um, they left, and I was like, yes, finally, freedom, all to myself. I felt like Light Yagami from Death Note when he was like writing in all those bad guys' names, like probably because of the way the desk lamp was proportioned. I played games until 2 a.m. that day. I don't know. I felt so celebratory. Um, the 25th, I don't remember much. I played more BGA. I probably played some more games of Hearts. Yeah. Friday, April 26th, I had an interview at 10 a.m. But I was late. I hate to admit this, but I got there at 10:40. I think I like missed my stop on the train or something. So then I was there. I apologized profusely to the manager, and then they were like, "Yeah, it's fine." They went along with the interview and then asked me some property questions which I was unsure of, and then they gave me a test which I think I didn't do that well on. Yeah. Anyway, so that was I was so unfamiliar with the area because after I got off the train, I had to take a bus, an extra bus there. Yeah. So I did not get home until around 1:46, and I left around 11 o'clock. I had like I think samosas or something for lunch, something not that heavy. Yeah. After I had dinner, I went to basketball. Yeah, I forget what I did that particular day. I did not go to White Spot for a milkshake that day afterwards because I was I was just so tired. So just headed on home there. 27th and 28th, I just stayed home playing on BGA. Yeah. I forgot to mention on the 26th, after I headed home from basketball, I previously told my mom that I would send her a picture of me taking my pills, and then at 10:39 p.m., she messaged me saying, "Can you like show us a picture of your pills with a laugh emoji?" Which I did. So yeah. Anyways, on to April 29th. I had this nagging feeling like I'd forgotten something, but like as Two and a Half Men states, if I forgot it, it probably wasn't all that important. I'm probably gonna think of it later, but oh well. So April 30th occurs now, and I'm still on BGA basically. Um, yeah, so I played a game of Hearts, and in this particular game, I was targeting the leader. So it's like I had like about 13 to 15 points left, and the leader had like about 30, 40 points. And in the last 3 to 4 hands, the leader kept getting the Q, and I ended up getting first place. But she was super salty about it. In the end, she wrote, "Thanks for targeting me, guys. That was fun," and I got red thumbed. I red thumbed her back. It's like, you don't have to be so salty. I'm just like playing the game. So that was April 30th. May 1st, keep in mind that I was also applying to jobs at this time. I forget the exact times I was doing it, so I think I had a job interview that day. And I also got 8th place in Battleship overall on that particular day as well. On that particular day as well, I got 8th place on that particular game. I made it to the top 10. Yeah, so that was May 1st. May 2nd, I had another interview. I think that was like real estate or property accounting. I can't entirely be sure. Oh, also on May 1st, I went out for a walk in the evening in my neighborhood. I got some snacks, but then I think a few neighborhood kids were like, "Hey, can you buy me something too?" and like a few of them, they got things like hot Cheetos and Airheads, and yeah, I say yeah, sure, I'll just pay for all of you guys, and I got myself like a Sprite bottle. Altogether, it came to $15. So yeah, okay, May 2nd had a job interview. May 3rd, I just stayed home for most of the day. Let me think. Okay, and then at around 7:45 ish p.m., my dad sent me a picture of like corn, and then he's like HS, which actually stood for handsome. I'm not that handsome. It is first sweet corn this year. Very sweet and nutritious. We left quite a few for you for when you come back home. And then he did a face call with me. We talked for a bit. And then he sent the phone over to my mom, and I didn't really do a face call with my mom. That was the first time the entire years. And then she was like patting her face with one of the face creams, and then we were just talking. And then at one point, I was like, "No worries, comma dog." I it's a Chinese joke. You guys wouldn't get it even if I explained it to you. And then she's like, bad guy. Like no, I don't know why I told you guys that. Anyways, May 4th occurred. And then my friend Strong Guy couldn't make it to games night, which was once every 2 weeks. So then I said games night. Strong Guy can't make it. It'll be me, the electrician, and Skinny Boy. Skinny Boy said he could join for about an hour, and yeah, we played Coup, some other game, and we also played Love Letter. That was the electrician's very first time playing Love Letter, and we played like the expansion version. So it had like the advanced cards, like the constable and stuff. And okay, get this. Towards the end of the game, like in the end of the game, it was the electrician and someone else, and the electrician played this jester card that that basically you get a point if you correctly guess who the winner was. So it was only him and someone else. So basically and he was at 3 points. So the electrician was bound to get a point regardless. So that guy, his opponent was literally trying not to knock him out of the game, because the electrician also played a constable card where if you knock yourself out, you get a point. And then at the very end, the electrician got a princess, and then he played the princess and knocked himself out of the game and won the game. It was the funniest thing ever. Yeah, and he even screenshotted the whole thing and put it on our Facebook chat. Anyways, so that was the end. This happened around 10:30 p.m. So then it was May 5th. We told Jacob this the next day, and then we were talking with his girlfriend, and then his girlfriend didn't understand what we were talking about, and and then we were like, yeah, you had to be there to get it. And then I told his girlfriend, I was like, you know what? I would invite you, but this is more of a guy's thing. And she's like, yeah, boys thing. Yeah, I get it. Okay, so then afterwards, that's all I remember about the 5th. It was a sunny day. Time for May 6th. May 6th, we had another like ceremony regarding the merging and rebranding of our church. I had pho before going to the church. I can't remember if I got the steak and tripe or the sour spicy broth. But I also had one spring roll along to accompany the pho dish. I met my friend Jacob, and yeah, we talked for a bit, and yeah, it was like a meeting. May 7th, I don't really remember anything, so I'm going to skip that particular day. Now we're on to May 8th. Wednesday, May 8th, I played with the same guys I played on April 6th. We were playing Hearts. Oh no, May 6th. I almost forgot to mention. So I reached 300 skill points in coup, and I got top 5 worldwide in coup. Yeah, the coup game. So that was cool. I remember I played two final. Oh shoot! Sorry, my I am getting ahead of myself. Sorry. On April 30th, I reached the top 5 in coup. I made it to over 300 skill points. Now the thing was, at first I was confused because when I reached the top 10, I was like, why didn't I get a trophy for this game, the top 10 trophy for this game on BGA? So I went to the FAQ, frequently asked questions, and it said that you had to also have at least 300 skill points in order to get the trophies. So I got the 300 level skill points because in the end I played one-on-one coup with another guy, and I won both those games one-on-one. I got 5 skill points per each victory. I had the captain and I stole from him, and he challenged my captain. He also challenged my duke and lost both challenges, so I was able to win. Okay. Anyways, on back to May 6th. I played a game of coup, and I was also playing against a first. I played against the first place coup player. At one point, that guy tried to assassinate me, but I claimed I had a Contessa, and almost everyone accepted my claim, except for this one girl who challenged my Contessa and caused me to lose, making me fall off from 300 skill points. Okay, everything's good there now. Wednesday, May 8th, I played some hearts with the same guys I played on April 6th. Sorry, yeah, I played on April 6th. I then lied saying I had to meet up with my date. In the final, we played about 3 games. On the third game, I played the 75-point game of hearts. I got the Queen of Spades the first 2 times, and I was a little scared, but I actually won that game. Yeah, I ended up winning that game. And there was a spectator who came in during this time who was saying like who we talked a bit and said she told me she read Thumb to Guy. I'm like, don't worry, I would never red thumb people. You have to be a pretty big douchebag in general for me to red thumb you. To which she replied, same. And then I headed over to church. It was like part 2 of the meeting about the merging of the church. Okay. Now, May 8th is over. We're on May 9th. On that particular day, I realized that some of my bologna was about to expire. I skipped breakfast that day, and at around 1 p.m. for lunch, I ate all the bologna. I literally didn't even have a sandwich. I literally just ate it straight out of the package, and my stomach did not feel good. Yeah. Anyways, at around 6 or 7 p.m., I called my friend Jacob on Facebook, and we were talking about like me getting a job. And then he was like saying, "Yeah, I don't think like your critical thinking is that bad. Maybe it's just like you're not putting in your full 100%." To which I was like, "Yeah, probably." Yeah. Anyways, Friday, May 10th now, it was also a sunny day. At around 1, so this particular time, like, I went to bed at 1:30 a.m. that day, and I set the alarm to 4:30 a.m. And the goal was I wanted to see the sun rise. Now, I originally wanted to post this as a YouTube video, but I got too lazy and that video never came out. But I remember all the edits, the details of all the edits. So at around at around 4:30 I woke up, and like I was talking in front of the camera, showing how it was still dark outside, And then I said things like, okay, so while we're waiting for the sun to rise, let's do this math problem. My brother is currently 3 times younger than me. In 10 years, I'll be 8 years older than my brother. How old is my brother now? And then I showed how the answer was 4. And then I showed my viewers my first place achievement in coup, and how I would get there. And then at around 5 o'clock, I got out of my apartment to walk, and I saw the sun just starting to rise. And then I made it to McDonald's. There was a McDonald's within walking distance, and I got there at 5:30. I said, "Hey, can I have a hash brown and a smoothie?" And they're like, "Sure. What flavor and color smoothie?" And then I think I got a medium blueberry something. I can't remember right now. And then I ended the video when I walked out. It was like 5:30 or 5:45 a.m. and you could clearly see the sun at that point. Okay, I went back home. I was like, I have some energy, but I think I should get some rest. So I went back. I'm like, I already had breakfast anyway. I'm just gonna go to sleep. I woke up. It was around 11:40 a.m., 12 p.m. ish. I just played some games, and then at 2 o'clock, around 2:20 p.m., Skinny Boy told the Facebook chat that it seems like only 1 or 2 people can make it to basketball tonight. I'm thinking of canceling it unless but I'm gonna do a poll first. So he did a poll, and almost everybody said that they couldn't make it to basketball. Like only 1 or 2 people can make it. So then they were like, "Yeah, we should can." I was like, "Please don't cancel it. Like, I need. This is like my only exercise." Before the poll started, I literally left that comment in, and then Skinny Boy was like, "Yeah, it seems like we're gonna cancel basketball tonight. Sorry, Brett. Maybe you can do some push-ups at home or something." And then I'm like, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. And then another guy wrote in the chat, "Hey, that's another way of exercising." So then Skinny Boy's like, "Hey, I feel bad. Hey, you want to do games night tonight?" And I'm like, sure, why not? So then we played some coup, and I was able to get my skill level back to 300. So I was like in the top, the top three again. We also played 6 Nimit and a game of Sushi Go. Yeah, at this point, like, I've lost every single Sushi Go game I played because at the time I was not very good at that game at all. May 11th, I'm going to skip. I don't remember anything about that day. Sunday, May 12th was Mother's Day. I think I gave my mom, like, a gift card or something. I don't remember right now. But then our family, we all went on a walk, and then my dad was like, Brent, while I was at your place, I saw you had this notebook full of numbers where you were jotting numbers down. And then, like, what was that? And what that was when I was playing Hearts, I would keep track of how many cards of each suit was left. For example, like, at one time I correctly counted, and that I had 6 spades, 13 hearts, 8 clubs, and 9 diamonds. And I knew I counted correctly because 6 plus 13 plus 8 plus 9 equals 36. And there were 9 cards in my in my suit left. And 9 times 4 equals 36. So that's just a Hearts trick I wanted to share with you guys. So it's like, yeah, that was just for me for when I played Hearts. And then my dad was like, you are so focused when you play Hearts or the Super Mario Bros. Speedrun. Imagine if you put that same energy into your work. You would immediately see results. Yeah, that was like, that was pretty funny, yeah. And then I was like, don't worry, I'll get a job very soon. So then, yeah, that was pretty much it. Headed on home. I did some laundry and just hung my clothes up and moved my bed. That was about it. May 13th, I don't really remember anything that day. I did eat breakfast that day on the 13th. I do remember that, and that it was a sunny day. May 14th, I was like, I spoke to one of my recruiters, and then he told me, he was like, yeah, Brent, I actually do have a job for you. He was like, remember that job you applied to on that you had an interview for on February 6th? You actually came in second place. Um, you were rejected, but you actually came in second place. And if you want, you can actually meet up with the boss himself tomorrow at 10 a.m. to, have an interview. And then I'm like, yeah, sure, that sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, so then I went to Cactus Club to celebrate. I didn't go to Cactus Club in quite a while because I was trying to save money. So then I went there, and then after I had a soda, and then the waitress, after I got my bill, she was like, "Any plans for the rest of the day?" And I'm like, "Oh, I got a job, so that's pretty good." And she's like, "Yeah, congrats." Headed home. I played Six Nimit until 4:22 a.m. It's not a good idea, guys. I'm a bad role model. Don't follow me. Okay, so yes, this was until 4:22 a.m. and then I went to bed. I woke up. It was 8:22 a.m. I had like breakfast of yogurt, eggs, and bread. Um, and I felt okay. Yeah, I didn't feel that tired, oddly enough. But I'm not like that now. This was last year. Okay, so then I took the transit, the commute all the way to the workplace, and like there was this heavy traffic before the office, and then it's like I made a beeline for it, but I was able to make it successfully. Yeah. Um, the thing was, the Google Maps app that I used had said like you were about 7 minutes getting there, but it didn't recognize a shortcut I took, so I was able to get there in 2 minutes, and then the Google Maps instantly said you were there. So I got inside the office at 9:49 a.m. and then I told the receptionist I'm here for the boss. She was like, "Yeah, let's get the boss." And then when I first saw the boss, I thought in my head, the man, the myth, the legend, because I didn't see him the first time I was interviewing for this particular place. And then we met. He talked about like the salary, how he fired someone previously, and he's like, what was your salary expectations? I gave a lower number, and then he said, yeah, it's higher than that. He's like, when can you start? I said, I can start on Tuesday, May 21st. He's like, great. And I just basically left. The rest of the day, I didn't really go back to the apartment. I, yeah, I had lunch outside, and then for dinner, I went to Tap and Barrel, not for the dessert this time, but it was because it was happy hour, and I got this margarita pizza. And then apparently the server, they also told me that there was that you could add ranch to it for only $1 extra. I'm like, I see this as a total W, like $13 plus one, $14. Like, yeah, sure. And the ranch tasted pretty good. Yeah, and then I paid, and then I headed over to Toastmasters afterwards. In Toastmasters, I believe I spoke that particular day. I don't remember though what the topic was about, but I'm pretty sure I spoke as a guest. Um, May 16th, I don't remember anything. Oh no, May 15th was also a sunny day. Afterwards, I went to White Spot to get lemonade and a milkshake because I didn't have lemonade that day. And then the server I recognized as someone who previously served me in November of last year. So yeah, we didn't really talk at all, but yeah, that was May 15th. May 16th, I'm going to skip, but I'm pretty sure it was a sunny day. May 17th was also a sunny day. I went to the ocean side and I made a coup video. There was my first video in my coup series. It was called How to Play Coup. I stood beside a building, And then I like mentioned like all the instructions on how to play coup. I mentioned all the characters like the ambassador, duke, captain, assassin, and contessa, etc., etc. That video lasted about 2 minutes and 50 seconds long. Um, and this was I didn't edit it yet. I was said I'm gonna prepare this for editing later. Okay, yeah. So May 15th, May no, that was May 17th. May 18th, talked to the board game boys. I'm like, hey, do you guys want to play board games tonight? They both were like, we couldn't make it. So I was like, whatever, fine. May 19th, May 19th and 20th, I went back to my parents' house. They actually invited me. They were like, hey, son, it's technically a holiday. Don't you want to spend it with us? And I'm like, I guess. The reason I hesitated was like, it was like, it was just like, yeah, it was insignificant. Anyways, um, yeah, it was insignificant. Anyways, yeah, I went to Cactus Club and I met a server. It was the same. It was the same waitress that I saw on March 1st and January 20th. The one that they switched servers with on January 20th, and then she was like, Brent, right? She hesitated, but then she got my name, and then I was like, she told me about she was in some teaching program or something. Yeah. And then she's like, okay, well, I'll let you enjoy your lava cake. I'll bug you later. Oh, also, forgot to mention. On May 20th, it showed that the lava cake went up to from 1175 to 1250 per each one. So after the soda order, the bill came to 1844. I don't know when exactly they changed the price of the lava cake, but I know it was sometime between May 14th and May 20th of 2024. Okay, yeah. Anyways, on to May 21st, the first day of work. It was a rainy day, that particular day. I headed into the office at 9:03 a.m. I said, hey, I'm just here looking for the boss. And the receptionist was like, yeah, I'll bring him over. We shook hands, and then he showed me this key fob. Yeah. And, yeah, he showed me this key fob and, like, basically introduced me to everybody. And then sat down at my desk, and then I wrote in the chat, I'm glad to meet everyone here today. And then one person asked me, she was like, what's your choice of lunch, Brent? And then I'm like, I guess sushi. Like I was trying to be really humble, and they were like, "Yeah, sushi it is." There was a sushi place right nearby, so yeah. And then but during the lunch period, like I was doing some training, and I also messaged my supervisor. I told her, "Yeah, so I probably." I'm not gonna do it this year, but like in future years, I'll probably take 2 weeks off from mid to end August. The reason why I was thinking about that was like I just like consistency and stuff, and I just chose a random time. And then I told, she didn't reply, so I told my boss about this in person. And he was like, yeah, just be sure to regularly update your calendar when you do that. So I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. My coworker did a practice compilation with me about like for the work that they did, which I was appreciative about. And then I was taking notes, and then in the end, like I did something with taxes. Yeah. At 3. Okay, no. So I also there was this girl who messaged me. She was like, "Hi, Brent." She told me her name. She's like, "We'll likely never meet." Yeah. And then at 3:43 p.m., my boss told all of us that he was leaving, and then I'm like, "Yeah, so what are you gonna do after you leave?" And then he's like, "Whatever I feel like, man." It varies, and I'm like, "Have you ever had pho before, like the Vietnamese soup?" He's like, "Yeah, I had it. It was great." Yeah, so that was about it for May 21st, it was cloudy the entire day. Oh no, no! Before he left, I told him, says like, it seems like the men's bathroom washroom is out of toilet paper, and then he was like, oh yeah, I'm not in charge of the building. You'll have to talk to the front desk about that, which I did. Yeah, that was May 21st. May 22nd, I went to the office. It was also a cloudy day. There was coffee in the morning. I'm like, wow, I'm so thankful for like for like lunch and coffee and stuff. I'm like, how can I ever repay you? And then he was like, make me money. Do you want to be treated brutally? Yeah, so that was good. I think I got like some sweet coffee. I don't remember right now. I don't know if we ordered from Starbucks or somewhere else, but yeah. There was coffee every Wednesday. And then on that day, I finished my first compilation with the help of my coworker. Yeah. That's all I remember about May 22nd. On Thursday, May 23rd, my coworker typed in the group chat. He was like, might do a snack run today. Let me know what you guys want. So then I wrote, honestly, I'm just grateful to be here. What you eat, I'll eat. And then my supervisor wrote in the chat, Brent, be more grateful by making all of our decisions for us, please. And then another girl wrote, get selfish. What do you want? And then I'm like, okay, fine. You know what? Miss Vicky's snacks are the best. I honestly like any flavor. And then another guy in the chat wrote, Brent has all the right answers. Except any flavor. Original sucks. And then they were debating about, like, everyone was debating about what the best Miss Vicky's flavors were. And then the same guy typed in, I'm a big fan of spicy ketchup, not a big fan of spicy dill. I'm like, spicy dill is very good. And then my coworker typed in the chat, so are you guys thinking of just getting like Miss Vicky's then? And then and then someone else asked, like, so like what, 20 bags? 20 large bags? And then he was like, nah, more like 4. And then that guy wrote, that won't even last until Monday. And then my coworker said, 20 large bags is $100. LOL. That's like our entire budget. LOL. Okay, yeah, so that was all I remember for the 23rd. Now we're on Friday, May 24th, which was also a cloudy day. Okay, yeah. Friday, May 24th, it was also a cloudy day. We had a group lunch. We had Thai food. I don't remember all the dishes, but I remember we had pad thai and a tom yum soup. And both were very good. We also had other things too. Those weren't just the only dishes. I left work at 5 o'clock and I went. There was basketball that evening. Basketball was resuming, and I had pho for dinner. That slowed me down a bit for basketball. I'm like, I shouldn't have had something lighter. And it didn't help that the broth was heavy because I had to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. So yeah, that was not too good. I hated doing that. May 25th, I had a dentist appointment. Yeah. And then I headed on home, played some Hearts. I played many games. My skill points dropped from like 375 about a few weeks ago to 220, which was quite a significant drop. No, to 211, which was quite a significant drop. And then I played this one game where, like, and at some point, I could not pass any Hearts because it would jeopardize my safety. But unluckily for me, because I didn't pass any Hearts, that guy shot the moon. And then one guy wrote, bad passing. And I'm like, dude, you shouldn't be so quick to judge others. I'm like, good job, bro, to the guy who shot the moon. And then that guy who complained said, "Are you trying to get third place?" I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. You don't even know other people's situations. It was looking grim for me, the situation. I was about to get last place. So then I shot the moon and I ended up getting second place. That same whiny bitch then said, like, yo, this should not happen in any game. Don't settle for second place. Only first place wins. Everyone else loses. And I'm like, dude, screw off. And we did not talk to each other ever again. Yeah. Um, that was May 25th. I'm trying to see if there's something for May 26th, but I'm honestly drawing a blank right now. And honestly, I don't want to sit here all day trying to think of just one day, so let's just skip over to May 27th. On May 27th, our work chat mentioned about having dodgeball for a particular on any particular time when it's available. I'm like, I'll be available after Monday, June 10th, and then someone typed in, "Great, thanks for letting us know." And then they were also talking about going to PNE that summer, which I thought, wow, that was cool. That'd be cool. I'd want to join. My boss gave in the morning. My boss gave me my first queries, which were corrections I needed to fix for my files. And then, like, 20 minutes later, I'm like, "Hey, boss, can I ask about this again?" And then he was like, "Brent, pay attention. I hate repeating myself." That's actually one of my weaknesses, actually. It's like, the ability to recall everything in one shot. I try my best, but it's not always easy. It's like, yeah, I hate repeating myself. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to try not to make you repeat yourself. At around 1:32 p.m., I said, "Hey, boss, can I show you a nice video?" And then he's like, "Why? Is it about porn?" Like, he was making a joke, obviously. And then I showed him this Adventure Time video where this lady was like, "What would you do if there was a child right in front of you?" And then it immediately cued over to Finn kicking a kid over the wall. And then he was like, "Haha, yeah, that's super funny. Yeah, I like to watch weird things on YouTube as well." Yeah, so that was pretty much it for the 27th. Now it's time for May 28th, Tuesday, May 28th. Now, on May 28th, it was a cloudy day, and I discovered that there was actually a bridge that I could walk over, that was a faster way to get to the work destination. And then at around 9 a.m., I messaged the group chat at work saying, "Did you know that you're more likely to be killed by a cow than a shark? Every year there are like 21 cow-related deaths in the U.S., but only 2 shark-related deaths in the U.S. I got this from fact from BuzzFeed. And then, like, there were emojis, like, reactions like hearts and laughs towards my comment. And then one guy typed in the words, "This is why I prefer to eat more cows than sharks. I got beef with them." And then my coworker typed in a GIF called "ha ha 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 ha." Like, yeah, like that. And then there was this one girl who said that I lived on a cow farm for a few years, and you know how it was sad. Like, I'd like to think that they ran away one time, and then someone else wrote "ran away," and then that girl was like, "Yeah, that's what I like to think." The chickens, on the other hand, and then that girl typed in "fuck the chickens." Yeah, and I told my boss about this fact that I told the group, and then he was like, he's like, "Yeah, because some farmers are so stupid. They want to have, like, they I heard of farmers trying to have sex with, like, chickens and stuff. Like, it was so weird." Yeah. Anyways, that was... Oh yeah, I also showed him another video later, and then I was like, "Yeah, so before I show you this video, I want to let you know that this video is about dogs." And then he's like, "I hate dogs." I showed him the video, and it was basically violent music playing over someone trying to feed a dog food, and then the dog like was constantly missing. One of them was a strawberry where the dog was opening his mouth like, and then it in slow mo it hit the dog in the snout and like it missed entirely. And then the last one was a taco, and then it just smacked him across the face. My boss laughed, and then he was like, "Yeah, that's really funny, but." In the future, if you really want to make me laugh, show me some inappropriate videos. Yeah. That was May 28th. I'm going to skip May 29th because I don't remember anything about that day. Obviously, I'm not mentioning any of my coworkers, my supervisor, or my boss's names because I don't want to get sued. So, yeah. May 30th. I don't remember anything either. Okay. May 31st, Friday, May 31st, what happened that day was we had lunch. We had a group lunch, and this time our lunch was Mazasoba. Yeah, I had one with pork and a raw egg yolk, which I mixed together and ate. It was also a sunny day. That particular day I got home. I usually go to bed at around 12:30 a.m., but then I was like, you know what? It's 9:30, but I am tired as fuck. I tried to watch a bit of season 10 Hell's Kitchen, the one where Christina Wilson won that season. I was on season 10, episode 2, the episode where they had to make scallop dishes and how a scallop hit Royce in the face and his nose was bleeding. But yeah, you guys probably have no idea what that episode was. But yeah, I went to bed, and then I was surprised how I was able to sleep for 10, 11 hours. Like, that almost never happens. Then I woke up, it was June 1st, Saturday, June 1st. My parents picked me up. We went out to eat in a Chinese restaurant. Yeah, we had like scallops with rice and some other food, some other dish with black garlic. I don't remember right now. Yeah. That's all I remember about June 1st. It was also a cloudy day. Now we're on to June 2nd, Sunday, June 2nd. I went to church. Yeah, I don't remember anything that happened. Okay, so I forgot to mention on May 27th, after I left the church at around 10 p.m., Skinny Boy messaged me saying that I left my bag in the church, and he even sent me a video on where he put my bag. I came back on the 28th or 29th to retrieve it. So yeah, that was fine. Anyways, so now June 1st and June 2nd, I'll skip. June 3rd, Monday, June 3rd, I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, I had small groups that day, that evening, but before that, after work, I met up with my friend Jacob and we had pho together. Yeah. It turned out he loved, sprouts, like bean sprouts. Like, he kept saying, can I have more of the sprouts? I was fine with it because I'm more of a lemon guy anyways. I got either the beef tripe and beef and tripe broth or the spicy sour broth. I don't remember right now. Yeah, but that was good. And while we were eating, I got a message from a girl at the church who asked if I could give her a ride to the church, but my car was at my parents' place, not my apartment, so I didn't have access to it, so I couldn't accept. Then, like, I also showed him this one video where there was this guy who got a can of soda from Erewhon. It cost $5, and it was basically, the reason it was so expensive was because it claimed to have 20 milligrams of CBD, which would help you for like depression and some other things. And then like he drank and he's like, guys, it's been one whole hour and I gotta say I feel 100% the same. Don't waste your money. And like, yeah, it was the funniest thing ever. So yeah, there was that, and then we had our final small groups. I also, when we got home, I finished watching a movie called House of the Rising Sun. For those of you who don't know what that is, like it featured two actors, Dave Bautista and another one, Dominic Purcell. That guy was also an actor in the TV show Prison Break, where he played as Lincoln Burrows. Yeah, I finished. That was an hour and a half movie. It was pretty good. Anyways, that was it for March 3rd. I also finished editing and uploading a coup video that I made on May 17th. That video was about what was it about? No, about like how to play coup. Like I illustrated all the rules and like the functions of the ambassador, duke, assassin, captain, and contessa, all of them. And I sent it to my friend Jacob at and fell asleep on June 4th at 1:13 a.m. Yeah. June 4th was a sunny day. He sent me a message exactly 12 hours later. The first message, he sent two messages. The first one was saying, oh, by the way, you're an adult. Let me ask you, do you know all the things you need to bring for the camping trip on June 14th to June 16th? Our church had a camping trip on that weekend. And then he responded to my messages saying, to my video saying, I have to say it's pretty solid quality. I think music in your video is fine, but it could be a little distracting if it's like on the entire time. But he's like, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, and he said I got a lot better with editing, which was good. So that takes care of June 4th. Now we move on to June 5th. Wednesday, June 5th, I don't remember anything that happened at work. After work, I went to a Cactus Club, and I was a little tired of getting the key lime pie, so I got the, I was a little tired of getting the lava cake, so I got the key lime pie. And the waitress who served me, I remember her. It was the same one who served me on Saturday, March 16th. Yeah, okay. I asked, can I have light whipped cream? She said sure, but I don't know. Cactus Club always gives me a lot of whipping cream for some reason. It's odd. Anyways, so after I got done with that, I got I purchased some toiletries, which I took back to the apartment, and yeah, that's pretty much it for June 5th. Now we're on to June 6th. Thursday, June 6th at 9:02 a.m. I messaged my boss about this timing tax thing with one of my clients. And then he wrote, I'll come see you post meeting. I think he saw me around 9:35 a.m. and he's like, yeah, don't worry about it. The government's not going to chase after this person. It's fine. At 9:45 a.m., one coworker typed in do you want me to get you guys anything in the group chat? And then I said, hey, can you give me a pill that makes me super fast at compilations? And then at 9:47 a.m. he wrote, yes, it's called Adderall. And then my coworker beside me typed in, I'll sell you Adderall for $100. So yeah, that was pretty funny. At around 10 o'clock, the girl who messaged me on the first day saying that we'll likely never meet said, guys, it's time to practice your accounting skills. And then, asked a bunch of questions. This one girl, I don't want to use her real name because I don't want to get sued. Let's just call her Jessica. She got a lot of the answers right. And one funny thing about this particular girl, remember when I got hired my first day on Tuesday, May 21st? Well, she brought in a chair. The chair looked similar to this chair right here. And on the seat of the chair, it had like a picture from my Facebook from 2015. It was an old profile picture of me holding a gun, and then it was like the caption underneath was like, "We know who you are." I'm like, I'm embarrassed that they saw that picture. I'm like, I thought my stuff was private. Anyways, regardless, she was doing very well, Jessica, and then the girl typed in, "Jess is a rock star," and then to which she replied, "Fuck yeah," at 10:15 a.m. At 10:16 a.m. I typed in, "Hey, swearing is not professional. Minus 10 points for foul language." At 10:17 a.m. she replied, "Unprofessional to you, Brent. I was swearing on my first day at the job." And then another girl later wrote, "I don't think you can work here if you don't swear." Yeah, so, and then later on at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was this guy, one of my clients. He messaged my boss saying there was an issue with the multi-factor authentication, MFA. And then, like, I explained something to him. I forget what it was. But then my boss messaged him back in an email saying, "Hi, Brent didn't explain it properly. It's actually, you do it like XYZ." So yeah, that got cleared up. At 5 o'clock, I was like, you know what? I don't really want to go home. So I stayed there until 6:15 p.m. I didn't want to log in my time because my overtime because I wanted to save my boss some money. At 6 o'clock, I was like, I don't know if I can continue any further. So I spent 15 minutes in the office. I typed in, no, I saw this Hell's Kitchen video where Gordon Ramsay's daughter Megan turned 21 and then she sent back her birthday meal. I spent 15 minutes watching that, yeah. I left and then I had the keys and then I locked the door. Headed home at 7:30. I met up with a guy and his Texas girlfriend. It was the same girl who tried to assassinate me in coup on Monday, March 18th. And yeah, we met up at 7:30 online, and I at first tried to add them on my Paul Lane account on BGA, but then I realized that I didn't have premium on that account, so I had to use my David Lockman account, to which they accepted. The boyfriend read my bio, and then he was like, Brent, it's really funny. You you put in a fake name because you don't want people to know who you are, but you put your real birthday in the description. Yeah, so that was it. Yeah, so then we played 2 games of Coup, which were in training mode, not actual real mode, because I didn't want to lose my ranking. And it was a good thing we did that, because I lost both games. The first game I lost because me, the boyfriend, and another opponent, a virtual opponent, both had 2 cards left. And I cooed the virtual opponent, but then he cooed me back out of spite, despite the boyfriend having 4 coins and me only having 1. So in the end, it was like me and the boyfriend both had 1 card left. And I had 1 coin and he had 7 coins. I had a captain and he had a duke, and I just couldn't catch up, and then he cooed me in the end. The second game, someone caught me lying that I had a duke. I didn't. I had a captain and a contessa, but so I failed there. We all then played a game of Ticket to Ride. That resulted in the Texas girl getting first place with 10 points. I got second place. No, we played Settlers of Catan. She got 10 points. I got second place with 5 points, and the boyfriend came in third place with 3 points. It took 75 minutes because they spent the first 10-20 minutes explaining the game to me. Yeah, so, and then later, it was around 9:30, they said they had 15 minutes left. I showed them a game of 6 Nimet, to which I got second or third place, but the girlfriend got last place, yeah. That concludes June 6th. Now we're on to Friday, June 7th. That was a sunny day. For lunch that day, we had... What did we have? We had chicken and waffles for lunch. I don't remember if I used maple syrup on mine or not. Um, yeah. Yeah. Okay. After lunch, okay, no, so then we worked all the way until 5 p.m. And our boss didn't join us, but eight of us, myself included, went to this hot pot place. We drove along the highway for about 20 minutes, and then we got there. I typed in a message to my parents. Guess who just finished his third week of work? This guy. To which my mom wrote, "Good son," in Chinese. That was 能干的儿子. Okay. Yeah, we had hot pot. We ordered a spicy broth and a tomato broth. And this one kid wanted to make his own broth. He called it his own invention. And in it, he added like this tomato broth and like spicy and water, just a bunch of ridiculous ingredients. And he's like, he tasted it and he's like, this is very good. It just could have used a little more seasoning. um, we had like tongue, pork blood, and a few other things. When we got the bill, it was $216. I originally wanted to use my credit card to pay, but I had a limit on that, so I couldn't do it. We split the bill 8 ways, $27 per person. Um, then by then, like it was a little kind of dark, so headed on home. On the way back home, like so at that point, it was 10:15 p.m. You could see a glimmer of sunlight at that point. I took a selfie and then I posted it on Instagram and titled it "The Perks of Being a Wallflower," to which that received 15 likes. Um Headed on home and then just went to bed. That concludes June 7th. On then it was Saturday, June 8th. I showered while playing some music. It was like the lyrics were "Crash and Burn." The song was "Crash and Burn." I forget who the artist was. It went like, "We live and we learn, we crash and we fall, we're alone in this world." If any of you guys know that song, like tell me in the comments because I don't. Yeah, it was a sunny day that day. That's all I remember about June 8th. Sunday, June 9th, I went to my parents' place after church. And then I went to the mall and then headed over to Cactus Club. I met this guy who I first met on Saturday, December 30th, 2023. And then we were talking about how was it going. And then I told him that, this is one of my favorite months. This was one of my favorite months because it was a month that ended on a Sunday, June 2024, and that months that end on a Sunday are generally my luckiest months. Yeah, so and then this female bartender who overheard us, she was like, you should go buy a lottery ticket. Yeah, so that was yeah, I can't remember if I got a lava cake or key lime pie. I want to say lava cake, but can't be sure. Uh, that's all I remember about the 9th. Skipping over to the 10th, I don't remember anything that happened at work that particular day, but yeah, after I left, I went to Cactus Club, and there it was a waitress who served me. I never saw her before in my life, and oh no, forgot the 9th. I went back to my apartment at around 10 p.m. So then I filmed a video of myself saying, "This is Monday, June 10th, 2024." I know it was the 9th, but yeah, I was like, I plan to start getting better, start getting more mature, and all that. Headed over to McDonald's, and then I thought it was open 24/7, but it turned out they closed at 11. But then the cashier was like, "Okay, you're our final order. What do you want?" And I just got a smoothie. Anyways, a strawberry smoothie. Yeah, so that was it. Anyways, June 10th, went to Cactus Club. The waitress who served me, I never saw her before in my life. I got a lava cake and some kind of soda. Yeah. When I went home, it was At around 8:45 p.m., the sun was starting to set, and I went to grab a cucumber when I realized it was moldy. Keep in mind, I was living by myself for less than 2 months, so I didn't really know much about produce. So I had to get rid of all my moldy cucumbers. Yeah, which was unfortunate. Tuesday, June 11th was a cloudy day. Um, and yeah, so I got into the office around 8:45, 8:50 a.m. Met my boss. I said, "Hi, boss." And then at 8:58 a.m., I was like, "Hey, boss, can I show you a nice video today?" And then he's like, "Yeah, sure, but make it quick. I have a meeting at 9 a.m." And then I was like, "Don't worry, it's only going to be 30 seconds long." I showed him this video where it was featuring Team Fortress 2, where they were mocking Thomas the Train, and then eventually Thomas gets really angry and then starts like chasing after them and throwing them. It was like the Source filmmaker Gmod stuff. And then my boss saw it and then he was like, "Oh, Jesus." And then like laughed. And then like when the video was done, he was like, "Yep, well, Thomas is pretty angry behind his smile." um Tuesday, June 11th was the final day for our church small groups gathering, but I actually didn't show up to that particular one because I'd had not a headache, but I had a very it was weird. The back of my eyes like were burning a little bit. I thought I was going blind for a second. I went on home and it wasn't until I fell asleep where the pain started to finally go away. Wednesday, June 12th was also a cloudy day. I don't remember anything that happened in the morning, but around 1 o'clock, um, our my boss called all of us into the kitchen to talk about some stuff. He mentioned about me yesterday, the day before I left on the 11th. I emailed a client an unnecessary question, and then to which it was okay, but then my boss pointed it out. Uh, yeah, and then I made a joke saying right now you're like Gordon Ramsay from Hell's Kitchen, and I feel like I'm about to be eliminated, and like it was kind of a funny joke, yeah. Um, June 12th, before I left the office that day, I completed a file. It was a file in which my boss had previously given me queries on to complete, and then I put the query back on in his folder, and yeah, then I just left. So that's all I remember about the 12th. On Thursday, June 13th, it was a sunny day. I didn't wake up until like 7:45 ish, and I didn't even get into the office until about 8:45, 8:50 ish. So at it was a sunny day. At 7:31 a.m., my boss sent me a message saying, "Brent, please do not put the file back on my to review list when you complete the queries. Just send the files back. Just send the queries back as I have my own tracking method. Dot dot dot. Sorry, this is the third time I've told you. Thanks, bud." Um, at 7:46 a.m., he wrote, "Also, this certain part of the file was not done. I've done now, but please complete in the future." And he spelt future wrong. He spelt it like FGTURE. And then he wrote, "Prep this company's holdco, please." So yeah, it was a sunny day. And then like he was like, "Are you excited to go to this island?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I am." At 3:53 p.m., I told my coworker, I was like, "Hey, yo, bro, I'm so happy. I almost passed my probation, the first month of my probation period. I'm so happy." And then my boss from the other room shouted, "No, you didn't. You're actually fired. I can rehire you, but then you'll have to restart the month." Yeah, so that was pretty funny. And I left home. I just headed on home because I needed to get started packing and stuff. So, um, that was it for the 13th. Now, Friday, June 14th, I got a ride from someone. Like, yeah, so my dad drove me to the church. I got there before 10 a.m. We obviously had to. I forgot to mention this, but on the first day of work, I told my boss I would be taking June 14th off off because of this thing. Yes, but so yeah, I had that day off. I got there at the church before 10 a.m. and yeah, many people were there. We I already had breakfast, but at around 10:42 a.m. we stopped for at Wendy's, and I got like a Wendy's frosty and some Wendy's French fries, which was pretty good. I even dipped my fries in my frosty, which is a pretty common thing. Yeah. Oh, we also met a guy who was talking about karate or something. He was like a middle aged man with glasses. Uh, and oh, yeah, June 14th was a cloudy day. I forgot to mention that. Uh, Cloudy day at first, yeah, sorry. And then, like, when he left, Jacob's like, this guy's a little crazy. um, yeah, anyways, so then we got back in the car. I think at around 12 o'clock ish, or 1 o'clock ish, we arrived, and then we took a small ferry to our destination, and to which I fell asleep. And while I was falling asleep, strong guy, I fell asleep with like my hands like tucked in my but to my bag like this position. And while I was sleeping, strong guy put a cookie in my mouth at around like 3:27 p.m. And then I woke up and I saw it. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah, anyways, and then we took another ferry. And I think, oh, no, sorry, we took a larger ferry before the small ferry, the one where strong guy put something in my mouth. And on that ferry, I ordered white spot, clam chowder, and some other thing for like $15-16. Um, Not white spot, it was Triple O's, the fast food version of white spot. Yeah, anyways. So there we were, yeah, and eventually we reached our destination. The sun started to come up, basically, and for dinner, I forget what we had for dinner. It was like pork or something like that with some gravy. And for dessert, there was sticky toffee pudding. While we were eating dinner, like Jacob spoke to me about like how I complained about how I didn't spend enough. I didn't use my youth well enough, and he's like, "Well, like you can be super sad about it, or you can start today." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, that place, the island we had a lot of geese poop. Like I didn't know that they didn't hire people to clean after the geese poop. But it was still fun regardless. I met this girl and her husband. And then I said to them, "Hey, do you guys want to do games night sometime?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure." Probably not this week though because the husband was working. So yeah, then we had like a small Bible group and then Bible study, and then we headed to our cabins. I was with Jacob in the same cabin along with the electrician and someone else. Uh, yeah, and then we just like headed on to bed. Headed over to bed. Yeah. It was obviously guys with guys and girls with girls, gender separate cabins. Yeah. I remember trudging around in the dark at around 10:26 p.m. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Saturday, June 15, was a very interesting day. That day, it alternated between sun and cloud. Um, on that particular day, for breakfast, I don't even remember what we had for breakfast. Oh God, I want to say bacon, and an omelet, but I'm not sure honestly. I think I had salted egg yolks and I had coffee. I put four sugars and two creams in it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So then afterwards, we had like a bunch of activities, like outdoor activities. I still remember them. One of them was climbing over this large wall with a group of people. It was like 7 meters high. Another one was diving through a bunch of like spider webs. without touching the webs. And apparently the world record for the fastest time was 3 seconds with like 10 people. And then we also had one where we walked along the rope. There was this girl who was walking along this rope basically, and me and the other another guy were on both sides balancing her whenever it looked like she was about to fall. Eventually, she made it. Yeah. We also played a game of Moonball. This was all before lunch, which happened at around 11:30, 12 o'clock clockish. For lunch, we had like salsa. Salsa, yeah. With it was like salsa, like tacos, and like you had cream and stuff, and yeah, like taco shells. Yeah. After lunch, and then we had some time to ourselves. Basically, we had about 2 hours ish. Okay, at 1:30 or 1:45 p.m., me, strong guy, and skinny boy uh, went to ride this boat basically, which had a string connected with two other people. I forget what that's called. It was like a boat, and then it carried people like with a string. I forget what the term for that is called. Uh, yeah, and we all three of us told the boat driver, what we did for a living. And yeah, and I think one of them was even filming the guys on the people on the small boat and like posting it on Instagram. Yeah. Uh, I got at 3 o'clock. I saw some people playing volleyball, but I started to get really thirsty. I went and got my wallet. It started to get a little cloudy. Then I went back to my cabin, got my wallet, and I got a pina colada drink. Yeah, which was pretty good. 3:30. Me and a bunch of people headed over for rock climbing. Now, I remember this very distinctly. Rock climbing. What happened? Yeah, for rock climbing, um, a lot of people like did it quite easily, but for me, I my hand strength isn't the best, so I was like, it wasn't even the heights that scared me, because I knew I was safely secured and fastened, but rather the fact that I was scared that I know, like I would not be able to get the next rock. I was like, I'm losing strength, I'm losing strength. But eventually I was able to reach the top, so I was pretty happy about that. I was like sweating, and my arms were super sore afterwards. So yeah, that was it. Then eventually it was time for dinner. The sun came back up while I was rock climbing. After dinner, we headed over to this church area. Where I talked to one of the younger pastors, and then I was like, "Hey, you know what would be really funny? If I said to someone, 'Thank you,' and then they would say back to me, 'Thank you for thanking me,' and then I would say back to them, 'Thank you for thanking me for thanking you,' and then they would say back to me, 'Thank you for thanking me for thanking you for thanking me,' so on and so forth." And then he responded to me, "You know what would be the perfect response to that? You're welcome." Otherwise, it's just an endless loop of thank yous. This was around 7:20 p.m. At 7:30 p.m., this guy Texas had a group game we all wanted to that he wanted to share with all of us. It was called Werewolves, basically. There were about 22 to 24 people in the room, and he was explaining the roles of the werewolves, the medic who could save someone they think the werewolves attacked, and like the seer, who was someone who could guess who the werewolves were by pointing and like finding out. So, anyways, in that game, so he tapped people's shoulders once, twice, or three times to tell them if they were the seer, the werewolves, or the medic. Not necessarily that order. He tapped my shoulder, and I was the medic. In the first round, I saved a girl who I later found out was actually a werewolf. I actually saved her twice, I think. And then I saved Strong Guy once, and I saved another girl. Three of the people I saved were werewolves, and there were four werewolves altogether. Yeah, and luckily for people, Skinny Boy mentioned that there were a bunch of other activities like Uno and stuff that they could play in case they got eliminated. So, anyways, yeah. Then, at one point, it turned out that Skinny Boy was the seer, like he was the guy who was guessing who was werewolves and who wasn't. And at one point, I was nominated in the top three. Luckily for me, I wasn't voted out. Um, and then, I remember Skinny Boy one time even said, "Yeah, I don't think Brent is a werewolf." Like, I didn't take the hint that he was the seer and that he checked me then. Fun fact: the electrician was actually the first person voted off, not eaten by the werewolves, but voted off. And he came to the front and he was like, "Guys, I am a villager." And then there was this other girl who kept accusing people, and then the village thought she was a werewolf, but it turned out she was a villager. Strong Guy was a werewolf, yes, yes. And I actually saved the younger pastor. I had one successful save as the medic. Um, Eventually, I made it to the top seven before I got killed. And after the game, Texas revealed to me, he was like, "Brent, Strong Guy told me that the way he found out you were the medic was because every time you saved someone, you went like this, and then you would slap your knee and he could hear the sound." And then I was like, "Ah, oh, dang it." So he that's how he found out I was the medic, because he could hear me. We went gathered by the campfire, sang a couple songs, and it was actually quite emotional because Jacob and a few other people, myself included, we were crying because we were kind of sad about the new transformation of the new identity of the church. We felt a lot of sadness of letting that go. It was We saw the slightest glimmer of light at 10 p.m. We were there from 9 to around 10:30, so we saw the entire sunset. Went back home, went back to our cabins, and I just fell asleep. Okay, so June 16, we had breakfast, then we had one more Bible study, and then we had lunch, and then we took off. Yes, we took off on the small ferry, and then we took the big ferry back. On the big ferry ride back, we saw a dead whale explode. A dead whale literally exploded, and we all got that on camera. It was pretty cool. Um, yeah. So then we were there. We got off. It started getting cloudy, and yeah, just rode on back home. That's the end. That's all I remember for Sunday, June 16th. Then it comes to Monday, June 17th. I went back to the office, back to work. My boss was like, "Hey, Brent, how was your trip and all that? That was pretty good." Uh, mm, okay, yeah. So then, my supervisor told me I had to send this letter to the government, basically. And then at 12:57 p.m., she gave me feedback. She was like, "This client, you didn't name it properly and it's not in the right folder." And she showed me how to do it. I successfully sent it out at 1:02 p.m. Um that's I want to say that's all I remember about June 17th. Yeah, it is. Okay. Tuesday, June 18th. I'm going to skip because really nothing happened that day other than it was a sunny day, and I worked on a new coup video which I said I would get done by June 30th. This video was titled "How to Bluff Your Cards," basically. Yeah. So let's Wednesday, June 19th. So the Wednesday, June 19th, my boss confronted me because apparently I called a client the day before and like I asked him an unnecessary question. Yeah, and he seemed a little upset. So then someone else was doing it. It was a little embarrassing. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I'm not gonna get into much depth about it. After work, I went to Cactus Club. I got a key lime pie, and yeah. Then I headed. I had a game night scheduled with Texas, just us two, where we would play on BGA. So his username contained like a different name, not his like real name. And it turned out that his username was actually his real name, but people called him the other name instead all the time. He explained this to me at 7:35 p.m. Yeah. We played a game of Coup, to which it was practice mode, but I actually won that game. We also played Six Nimit and some other game. I don't remember right now. Okay, that was it for June 19th. Time for Thursday. On Thursday, June 20th, on the ride to work, I got a call from someone. I didn't know who it was. When I called back and went to voicemail, it turned out it was actually my boss. This was the second time I ever in the year where I contacted my boss through phone. Um, at 9:02 a.m., he called me again, to which I picked up and I said, "Hello, Brent speaking." And then he was like, "Hey, Brent, this is your boss." Who's like, "I'm just here to tell you about your queries on the phone." And then he was like, "First of all, you've been constantly putting unnecessary files into your compilations, so I need you to stop doing that." Um, and I forget what the second query was, but yeah, it was good. He told me the queries. Uh, it was a cloudy day that day, but then after work it got sunnier. That's the all I remember for June 20th. Now Friday, June 21st. My boss was seeming a little down, and then he called me into the office. I'm like, "Oh God, I hope I'm not fired." And I was relieved. He didn't fire me. He was like, "Brent, I don't know you very well, but just know that sometimes our personal stuff happens in our lives, so I have to concentrate on that. So don't think like I'm mad at you or something. I enjoy the videos you send me." So I'm like, "Yeah, okay, that's good." Because he seemed a little down that morning. Yeah. Friday, June 21st was someone's birthday, one of our coworkers' birthday, so we had ramen for lunch. Oh, that reminds me. At some point, I don't remember if it was the 17th to the 21st, but it happened sometime. I asked my coworker, what did you guys have for lunch on Friday, June 14th? To which he answered sushi, and then I'm uh, I should have been there and stuff. He's like, "You were like 1,500 kilometers away. How could you have been there?" Yeah. Anyways, that's a separate point. Um, After work, I went to Cactus Club, to which someone who was usually a bartender ended up serving me, and I got the lava cake. Yeah. Headed on home. Wanted to see the sunset, but it was like that actually wasn't the best day for a sunset. Yeah, it was kind of clouds in the horizon. So I was like, you know what, this is pointless. Go back. I'm just gonna go back and study for my driver's test because on June 22nd I had a driver's test, class 5. This was my third time. So onto there, I drove over to my parents' house and we drove over to the place to take the road test. I tried, but I missed a sign where it was like red light, no right turn, and I right turned, so I failed, and I went 50 in a 30 children playground zone. It sucked really bad. We went to this Korean buffet for lunch, my parents and I. It was around $88 after tips. It was like $100, and we got like these like sticky rice things, like and some other. like foods. I don't remember off the top of my head right now. God. Sunday, June 23rd. I was still at my parents' house. Went to church, and then after church, I went to I went to the mall to talk to some people, do the Hangman thing before I went to Cactus Club. Um, I asked the server, the bartender. I was like, this time I was like, hey, I want the key lime pie, but can you please make it like less whipping cream? And she was like, actually, do you want to just have it on the side instead? I think that would be easier. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, sure. So I was like, why didn't I think of that the whole time? Headed on home, I did a few song covers. I didn't post any on YouTube that day, to which I got some feedback from my mom. She was like, your singing is good, but your voice needs to be a little more centralized. One of the songs they sang was Headley's Invincible. That's a underrated song. You guys should check that out. But we also argued about my hairstyle. Like, my parents don't like me having hair too long, despite the fact I was already 24. I'm like, why the hell are my parents still giving me advice at the age of 24? Um, fun, like, it was really funny. My boss on my first day of work, I told him I was 24, and then he was like, Brent, you're practically still a baby. Like, and I was like, what? How? Like, your brain stops developing after like 22 or 23. So I was like, I didn't understand that at all. Anyways, we argued about my hairstyle. I'm like, you know what? Screw this. I'm going home. Don't talk to me. I needed some time to chill off. Um, Went back home, realized that my debit card was missing. So I called the bank and then had them deactivate that lost card. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take care of this. So for like the next three weeks or so, I was using my credit card for transactions. Um, yeah. Monday, June 24th, went to work, got there around 9 a.m. I talked to my boss, and while I was getting coffee, I was like, "Hey, can I tell you about something? This isn't related to work, but this is still important." I told him about the fight with my parents, and then at first he was like, "You mean like the typical fight every teenager has?" And then like I was like was talking about it. He's like, "You know what, Brent? My mom didn't believe I could start my own business, but look where I am today. Sometimes, you have to cut through the bullshit that your parents give you and stuff." And then I told him about this time I saw this mom reprimanding her kid, like where she called her kid too fat, saying, "If you're too fat, no one at work will hire you. You'll never get a girlfriend." And then I said to my boss, "I wish I jumped in and did something." And then he was like, "Hey, don't do that." And then he told me, he's like, "I would never tell my kids to do this or that or stuff like that." Like, but yeah, that was all that was what happened in the morning. At around 11:30 or 12, I went on my lunch break. I took for half an hour. I took a nap, and this wasn't the first time I napped in the office. I woke up at around 12:35 a.m. and then my boss was pointing at me, laughing. He's like, "Hey, you know what? Your new nickname is called Naps." So yeah, that's all I remember about. Oh, so yeah, after work I went to Cactus Club, but I was like, you know what? I'm too tired to cook. I'm just gonna go eat there. Usually I just get desserts at fine dining restaurants because I cook my own stuff, but like that particular day I was way too fucking tired. So then I ordered a prawn brown butter ravioli sauce for like there were three of them for $18. Yeah, okay. And then like I was watching the hockey game. One of the guys in the bar was asking me, "Hey, are you here to watch the hockey game?" I'm like, "No, not really." He seemed a little surprised. A lot of people were there to watch the hockey game. And then when I left, the bartender she was like, "Will I see you again?" I'm like, "Yeah, I think so. I don't know when though." So yeah, that was it for Monday, June 21st. It was around like 9 p.m. when I got back to my apartment. Yeah. Tuesday, June 25th, I played Coup, a ranked game on my phone on BGA. I played two games. The first game, I was the first one to die. Like, I got cooed twice in a row, which was a bummer. So my elo went underneath 300, but then I played another game and then I won that game and then I was back to 300 elo. So I was back in the top 3. So and then on my way there I met one of my coworkers and then I was like, hey, don't worry, I'm not ignoring you, I'm just concentrated on this game of coup, and I won, and then we were able to talk after I beat that game. Yeah, after work I headed over to church. We were doing the year end 2023-2024 like celebration basically, and we were singing a bunch of songs, watching the campfire and stuff. Yeah. The electrician offered to send me a ride back home, ride back to my apartment, and when I got home, I realized that I left my phone in his car. It was the funniest, most terrifying thing ever. And I'm like, fuck. So I told him. He said, "Hey, you know what? You're coming to move things at the church with me tomorrow, right? Just meet me there, and I'll give you your phone back." So I'm like, "Yeah, okay, fine." So Wednesday, June 26th. So 24th and 25th were both sunny days. Wednesday, June 26th was a rainy-ish. Oh, no. Well, we haven't gotten there yet. So I played a few more games of Hearts on my phone. No, on my computer. There was this one guy who was a big fucking loser. He we played 3 hands, and every single hand he got the cue, and then he was like, David, that because my username was David Lockman. He was like, you need to do better than play the queen immediately. And then he was yelling at everyone, and then it was the score was 3 players were in their 70s, had 70 something points left, and he only had 28. And then he wrote, I'm sorry, but 3 players playing for second place is really boring. And then he quit the game and red thumbed me. I'm like, psh, whatever, loser. And I red thumbed him back. Yeah, we both don't like each other. So then it was so then I Google searched because I never did this before in my life. I was like, is it possible for you to use your computer as an alarm clock? To which it was possible. That was the first and only time I ever did that in my life. So I did, and to my surprise, it worked. I woke up at 7:30 the next day and got to work on time. Wednesday, June 26th, yeah, Wednesday mornings we had coffee. At around 1 p.m., my boss called me and a few others, to the kitchen, because we were doing CPA stuff. I wasn't taking a CPA that semester, but I was like, this concerns me, so I need to go. And then he was like, to you guys, just do better. You can ask for help. You can ask me for help. And it's like, I already said I'd pay you guys for your tuition once you finish and pass all your classes. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was there, worked until 5, and then left the office. For dinner, I had pho. I got the beef tripe and no, the beef and tripe, and I drank the broth. It was raining so badly at that time, so that broth really was heartwarming. Honestly, nothing is better than having a bowl of broth on a cold, rainy day, despite it being June then. Okay, so yeah, afterwards I went to the church. I met the electrician. Okay, here's the thing. The electrician told me many times he was an electrician. He told me once on May 4th and another time in April, but I never got it. I kept thinking he was an engineer for some reason. It was the funniest thing. So then, while we were moving a table, he was like, Brent, I am an electrician. Remember this, Wednesday, June 26th, 2024. I told Brent I'm an electrician and I'm not an engineer. I'm like, okay, okay, I got it. I met Strong Guy too, who helped move some tables. After we moved the tables, it was 8:10 p.m. and we headed downstairs with some of the teenagers or youth to watch a movie called, I think it was Inside Out or Emotions or something like that. It featured this girl named Riley, and then you had like and then you had characters like joy, sadness, and anger and stuff. And in I forget the premise of the movie, most of the plot of the movie, but in the end, it turned out Riley was happy. So yeah, uh, I'm gonna skip June 27th. Friday, June 28th, I contacted the client. It was the same client I contacted on Thursday, June 6th. Uh, I finished that compilation on that day, and then after work, I went to Cactus Club. Yeah, for the chocolate lava cake. I met the same waitress who it was the no the bartender was the same one who greeted me on Monday, May 20th. On March 1st, and it was the same one on January 20th. It was the one that swapped waitresses and such. Yeah, my parents called me. They wanted me to have pineapple rice, but I'm like, I still wasn't over the fact my mom wanted me to change my hairstyle. So it's like, no, I don't want to talk right now. So I just left. Went on over to. I took a walk like for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Before I went to White Spot, it was summertime, so like I wanted a milkshake pretty badly, so I got a lemonade and the milkshake, and then like it was the same admin, like she knew me quite well because she knew me at least since February 2nd, 2024. Anyways, yeah, yeah, headed on home. Yeah. June. Now we're on to June 29th. It was a day. Yeah. So on that particular day, it was a little cloudy. I purchased some ramen, some instant ramen. One of them was like a miso ramen that cost $3.29, and I got like some fried chicken. That like because I don't always go out to eat. Like when I sometimes get these meal preps and then I take fried chicken and then put it on top of my rice. I know how to cook rice, and then I just eat it, and then I eat some blueberries as a fruit. So then, yeah, for I did something else that day, but I can't remember anymore right now. Oh yeah, that was I was a little happy and sad because that was the 11th year anniversary of Ellie Goulding's song "Burn," which came out. For those of you who don't know, it was a very popular song that came out on Saturday, June 2013. I listened to that song a bit, and yeah, the we at 7:30 8 p.m. I had games night with Skinny Boy and Strong Guy. The Strong Guy was a little late, but me and Skinny Boy played some games. Strong Guy showed up at around 8:45 p.m. and we played Coup together. Yeah. So Strong Guy was the first one to die because someone challenged his Contessa after they tried to assassinate him, and then Strong Guy wrote in the chat, "GG, this guy." He said his username, and then in the end, it was just between me and Skinny Boy, who we each had one card left. I had a captain and he had a duke, and then one guy wrote, yeah, so it's like it looks like Skinny Boy's gonna win this game, and then like I won. He's like, oh, guess it's David then. Never mind. And then Strong Guy wrote in the chat he Lockmaned him up because David Lockman. Skinny Boy had to leave afterwards, so it was between me and Strong Guy. That was an unranked game, by the way. So we played some Love Letter. No, sorry. We played some Six Nimit. We played, Yahtzee, and then like he was like, "Let's play something else. I don't want to play Yahtzee." And then I was like, "Yeah, I have 30 minutes before I have to go." It was 9:45 p.m. at that time. So then I was like, "Okay, let's play some Battleship first of all. I want to see how good you are at Battleship." So we played some Battleship, and for the first 12 moves, we were not hitting anything. Like we thought, are your ships are they even on the board? And I was able to take him down. He was able to find my destroyer behind my aircraft carrier. I put my aircraft carrier on B5 to B9 and my destroyer on A6 and A7. But he was after he sunk my aircraft carrier, he was able to find my destroyer. But I found his destroyer before finding his battleship, so I was able to win the game. And the last game we played was Love Letter, and then we hopped off. Sunday, June 30th. Oh, okay, yeah. My dad sent me a voicemail saying that, like, he's like, yeah, I know you're still mad at your mom, but, like, can you put your differences aside? Because I already made us reservations to this hot pot place on July 1st, Canada Day. So I was like, you know what? I don't want to waste money on something my dad spent. So I'm like, you know what? I'll call her tomorrow. So June 30th occurred. My friend Jacob gave me a ride back home to my apartment. I called my mom and we put our differences aside. Okay, and at 11:49 p.m. I finished editing my coup video that I started on June 18th, and I got it in just before my set deadline. And I set the next deadline on Monday, July 15th. Okay. Monday, July 1st, it was Canada Day. Everyone had a day off from work. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, I met my parents. We had hot pot. We had two orders of pig blood and two orders of tongue, which are pretty tasty foods. And among many other things, I drank 2 bowls of that spicy broth. I'm like, this is gonna come out hurting. When the bill came, it was actually $213. I was a little shocked as to why at first. But then it turned out like each portion of the tongue was $27 and each portion of blood was $37. It was the same hot pot place that my coworkers and I went to on June 7th after work. And I understand what my coworker meant when he said that place wasn't exactly economical. And he told me that we were going to go to a cheaper hot pot place later on that month in July. Yeah, so no, that was it. We went shopping for a bit, celebrated by watching some fireworks, then headed on home. By then it was 9 o'clock. I did a cover, which I posted on Instagram and YouTube. Owl City's "This Isn't the End." Feel free to check it out. I was only able to do like 2 or 3 songs because it was 9:15 p.m. and like we had downstairs neighbors who were starting to settle down. So yeah, headed back home, and that was the end of July 1st. Okay, so now on to July 2nd. Went to work. I saw a new guy. Introduced myself to him. Yeah, that was all I remember from that particular day. So let's move on to July 3rd. Had coffee in the morning. I forgot what I had already. The second and third were both sunny days. After work, I didn't go to any restaurant. I remember. I did not go to Toastmasters. I think I stopped going to Toastmasters for a while after June 19. Yeah, June 19, 2024. I later went back. It was like Wednesdays at 6:30 p.m. I went home. I decided to work on a new coup video. This one was titled like I forget what it was titled, but it was about a guy who rage quit a game of coup because someone challenged his Duke, and then like I didn't know whether or not to be like a casual talker or like screaming into the microphone, but But then, like, at first I was like, be a man and take the effing consequences. Because, like, I thought it fit the theme, but I'm like, that's not really me. And I'm sure my friends who would see the video would be like, that's not usually like Brent. Because I'm not usually the type of guy who yells. So, yeah, I did not. I was like, be a man and take the consequences. You took a gamble and it didn't pay off. So I finished all the speaking part of the video at 8:47 p.m. I was still working on the video and it was still kind of sunny, although the sun was starting to set then. So yeah, that was it there. Thursday, July 4th, my boss did not show up in the office. But we were talking, like, me and my coworkers in the chat and stuff. And then, like, at around 3 o'clock, 3 p.m., I remember there were some guys talking about, like, what we should do for lunch eventually. And then I remember at 3:03 p.m., I typed in the words like, hey, we should consider getting McDonald's or Wendy's. And then, like, one guy wrote, you better not tell our boss that, LOL. And then my coworker beside me typed in the words, our boss would strongly disapprove if he heard you say that, LOL. And then I'm like, why? And then to which he replied, we're paying with his card, LOL. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. July 5th, we got, like, some Asian food. One of the dishes was calamari. I don't remember the rest. It was a sunny day on July 4th and 5th. After work, went to where did we go? No, after work, like, I had a church event, but it was with another church. It was with the church that we were merging. So then I went on the bus and then got off. Met one of my friends, the Texas friend, and yeah, to which I was like, we hit up some small talk. I was like, how was work? And he's like, good. And then I asked him. This was around 6:30 p.m. by the way. I was like, hey, how would you feel if like work weeks were cut from 40 hours a week to 30 hours a week? And he's like, actually, I don't think that would be feasible because this is his words. He's like, I work in animation, and it's like, first of all, if you were to cut down 30 hour from 40 to 30, one of two things would happen. Either A, you have the same salary, which means your annual salary would decrease by at least 25%. Who the hell would want that? So obviously it would be option B, where you would, where everyone gets, like, an increase in their hourly wages. But then, like, my job, it requires overtime, so it's like 40 hours a week is already not enough sometimes, so it wouldn't work. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, you have a point. So yeah, then we were there. One of my clients called me from work, and I'm starting to wonder if I made the mistake of handing him my personal cell phone. But I was like, yeah, never mind. He called me at around 9:13 p.m. They when like around 7 o'clock they gave out popsicles to eat. Yeah, I forget what flavor. It was like the hard popsicles. I met some people from my university church. I met a tall guy, and it turned out he already had a girlfriend. They were different ethnicities. I'm not revealing exact information because that stuff's private. And then I asked him, it seemed like your parents, your parents didn't really care if you had dated different ethnicities. I know some parents care, but he's like, yeah, no, they weren't super strict about that. And yeah, we talked for a bit. I spoke to his girlfriend. Yeah, we got along quite well. Yeah, then yeah, there was the ceremony. Met some people, and afterwards just headed home. 6th and 7th, I really don't remember anything that happened. Yeah, I don't, honestly. Monday, July 8th, do I remember anything there? Oh boy, am I getting Alzheimer's? I don't remember anything on the 8th or ninth either, other than they were sunny days. So let's look around to the 10th. July 10th, after work. Yeah, okay. July 10th after work, I went to Cactus Club. This time I brought my notebook with me. So it's like I previously had. This time I did not have the lava cake. I actually had a dinner. I think I either had a ravioli or a burger. I don't remember right now. I spent about $20. I do remember that. And then like they were actually nice enough to pay my bill, which I appreciated that. I was doing this very very difficult math problem that was like finding the integral of square root tangent x using the factoring method. Yeah. And I was not able to get it right that day. On Thursday, July 11th, it was also a sunny day. Yeah. And I had. Okay, so at around 1:39 p.m., that girl who I called Jessica, she was like, Brent, how come you stopped like telling us facts and stuff? And then I was like, oh, because nobody really responded to them. Only one person hearted them. And then I mentioned a fact, and then like my coworker replied, I think you already told us that one, lol. But then Jessica, that girl, said, you know, yeah, and is like, this reminds me of my first day on the work where everyone was like ignoring me and stuff. And then I mentioned a different fact, one that I didn't mention before. And then I mentioned this. What did I mention? I think I mentioned the soda, the CBD soda, the video that I showed to Jacob from Erewhon. And then I was like, I wrote, the thing is, CBD actually does help with depression and some other anxiety and some other stuff, but you need more than 20 milligrams. And one of the guys wrote in the chat, what amount in gummy format? To which some people laughed at that. Yeah. Anyway, after dinner, I got sushi. Yeah, I got sushi for dinner. And then I headed to Cactus Club. This time I just got the lava cake. And then I was finally, after 2.5 tedious hours, I was finally able to find the integral of root tan x. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I was happy, left, went home, exhausted, went to bed at 12:30. That's like my preferred bedtime. Friday, July 12th, was also a sunny day. I wrote in the group chat a fact. I was like, fact of the day. Here are 2 things movies always get wrong. The first one, the movie scenes contain strangling scenes of about 30 seconds to a minute, but this is often misunderstood. It's done this way so it prevents the scene from becoming too boring. But in actuality, it takes about 13 minutes to strangle someone to death, which is why it doesn't happen often. I didn't have concrete evidence about this, but I saw this somewhere. I forget where right now. 13 minutes, 1-3. And then, one guy wrote in 13... No, and then I said the second fact was that... people, it shows characters jumping through glass and nothing happening, but it's in reality you'd have cuts, scrapes everywhere basically. And then my post got a few hearts and a few laughs. I think my supervisor and Jessica were 2 of them, 2 of 4 of them. Yeah. Friday, July 12th, sometime in the morning. I don't remember what time it was. Okay. And then one of my coworkers typed in 13 minutes is a awfully long time. Isn't it like the brain can only survive 30 seconds without oxygen? And then another coworker typed in, release the neck after 12 minutes so they survive. And then I'm like, no, but I think it's after 10 minutes you're permanently brain dead. where it's like even if you revive them, they wouldn't fully function again. And then like I'm like but that honestly that would be tiring because imagine like you probably squeeze for 5 minutes and then be like, oh, I'm so tired. Okay, let's take a 30-minute break. All right, back to it. And that was really funny. And then someone was like, yeah, who has time for that? And then there was a comment that's saying both you and the victim take a 5-minute coffee break before going back at it again. Yeah, that was it. I handed a compilation or two before I left the office that day. And for dinner, I didn't go to Cactus Club or any fine dining restaurant. I went to a food truck that was beside an ice cream shop for dinner. I think I got tacos, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Took a walk around the park. Basically, it was like the ice cream shop. I was like looking at the kids swimming, and like I had a sad feeling of nostalgia. Thinking, being an adult probably sucks at times. I wish I was a kid again, so I could be carefree, have summer breaks, and all that. Yeah, and not have any responsibilities. Adulting sucks. I literally thought this to myself. At around 8 o'clock, I was like, okay, let's go get some ice cream, and to which I saw something that almost broke my heart. It was a little girl's birthday, and her mother, yeah, her was like, I'm sorry, but we can't afford. I can't afford to get you any ice cream. Like, let's just go. And then to which she was really sad and was like, oh, okay. I pulled out a $20 bill out of my pocket and I gave it to her, and I was like, hey, don't worry about it. It's your birthday. You deserve some ice cream. And they were really appreciated. They were like, oh, you're so kind. I was like, it's fine. And then I said to the little girl, happy birthday, sweetie. Smiled and then left. I still think about it today, honestly. I was like, I remember what it was like to not have ice cream as a kid, and I didn't want that to happen again. I took a walk along this circular trail all the way to a library before heading back. It was like, yeah. While I was there, I was thinking about this funny roast that I was gonna make for this. Remember the one where someone turned in 31 to an 84, and then I commented on that video? I released that video in February of this year. Anyways, that's when I thought of the funny roast. You lie like a fucking 5-year-old tries to learn advanced calculus when it's taught in Chinese by the Russian teacher. Yeah, I don't know. I that's how I got that sort of inspiration. At 9:41, I decided to head back home. The sun was clearly starting to set then, and on the ride home, I saw a teenage boy trying to talk to a teenage girl, but she wasn't listening. So I tapped her shoulder and said, "Hey, that guy wants to talk to you." And then they were able to talk. Yeah. Headed on home. Okay, that's the end of July 12th. Now we're on Saturday, July 13th. On this particular day, in the Board Game Boys chat, the electrician showed us a picture of him playing a first-person shooter game, and then he typed in the words, "Mom, I'm on TV," to which me and a few people put a heart emoji on it, and then Strong Guy typed in the words, "You came this close," the GIF this close, to dying. I forget what that game was right now, but yeah, that was what happened. That's all I remember about July 13th. July 14th was a sunny day. After church, I headed back to my parents' place for hot pot. We had pork blood and tongue in a very spicy broth. I was like, this is gonna come out hurting, but I was like, I don't care. I'm gonna enjoy it for the moment. After lunch, I just headed on home. I don't remember what happened for the rest of the day, so let's just move on to the 15th. Monday, July 15 was a cloudy day in the morning. My boss called me to discuss some queries because he wasn't in the office that day. So, like, discuss queries about compilations I did on Friday. And then he was like, oh, he's like, and then I told him about something. As like, I wanted to ask you this in person, and he's like, you should have just asked me. It's been 3 weeks. Like, yeah, just do it. So I was like, I made that mistake because I prefer in face to face communication. Like that's just the way I generally like to do stuff. Yeah. July 15, I don't remember what happened for the rest of the day. After I left the office, I just went home to make dinner. It started to get sunny. Um, at around 6:56 p.m., my mom sent me a text message saying something. I don't entirely remember. Oh, saying like we're going for a walk with another friend of yours. Like we were like family friends and stuff. On July 20th. Would that be good for you? And then Ty said yes, of course. And then I drew the dog emoji. Um, Okay, I don't want you guys thinking I would call my mom a dog, so let me just explain the joke to you. Okay, so in China, we have years like rabbit, snake, dog, pig, so on and so forth. There are like about 12 different animals, and my mom was born in the year of the dog, so yeah, that's why. Um, and then she was like, "Oh, when are you available?" And then she replied to an earlier message. She was like, "Oh, I saw it." All of this was in Mandarin, and then straight afterwards, at around 7:15 p.m., she typed in the words "儿子要有礼貌," which means son, you need to be polite. My mom was super chill about it. Like, yeah, and then she drew a smiling emoji, like, you can call them later. So, yeah. We actually didn't have it on the 20th. All of us, both of us families met on the July 27th, but I'm going to get to that later. Um, and around 8 o'clock, I started working. Continued working on my coup video. I played a game of Henry Stickmin fleeing the complex at 9:22 p.m. You could see the sunset around that time. And then this was like I edited parts to make it show Henry fleeing the complex, like breaking out, and then eventually a guy kicking the truck down the cliff that Henry was in. And yeah, saying that when you lie, you're making a risky decision, knowing full well what the implications would be if you get caught. You took the gamble and it didn't pay off. I was doing a voiceover while that game was playing on mute. So yeah, that was about it for the 15th. July 16th, I don't remember anything at all. So July 17th, I don't remember anything that happened at work, but it was a sunny day, and after work, I went to the bank. Remember how I said on June 23rd I lost my card, my debit card, and I had to use my credit card for a few weeks? Well, yeah, this was when I decided to resolve it. I went up to them and told them how I would like to, I mentioned how I wanted a new card, and yeah, that's what I did. And afterwards, I just headed home. That's all I remember about the 17th. July 18th, I don't remember anything that happened at work again. Uh, After work, yeah. I went to the ice cream place again and went to the food truck, the same food truck I went on the 12th for dinner, and I got like tacos. And I think I got some ice cream. I'm not entirely sure. But then I went to this little bar. This particular bar, I asked if I could get a lemonade, but they told me that it wasn't refillable. Plus, it was $7 for each glass, so I just got a Coke or Pepsi, which was like $4. and with unlimited refills. And then I was revisiting the integral of square root tangent x dx, and then I realized there was another way you could solve it. But then I was trying to figure out that, so it's like when I used the second way to solve that integral problem, I realized both solutions from both methods look different. So I'm like, well, technically they must be equal to each other, but I racked my brain trying to prove that they were equal, to which I was not successful. Um, I finished my coup video, the one that like I was worked on July 3rd and 15th about the guy who quit. And then I end my last edit was a guy who was breaking the car engine. And I was like, that's what happens when you quit a game in progress. You didn't even know if you were gonna lose for sure or not. So then by then I was really tired. It was like 3:40 a.m. Guys, don't be like me. I'm not the best role model. Um, Went to bed, had about 4 hours of sleep, woke up July 19th around 7:45 a.m. Yeah. Okay. My boss showed up to the office that day. Okay. Yeah, yeah. And then, yeah, then I told them about this time. I told my boss and my coworkers at around 11 a.m. about this time where I was like, so I was helping my friend with a business law course this one time, and like he didn't get a question right, and then I was explaining to him the particular concept, which I forget what it was now, but then I told them how I told my friend, it's like, remember, as a boss, I can fire you if I don't like your face. I just have to give you reasonable notice. And then I told all my coworkers, I'm like, guys, our boss can fire you if he doesn't like your face. To which, like, one guy was like covering his face like this at around 11:03 a.m. And then my boss was like, yep, true. And then he pointed at one guy and said, you look pretty nice though, and laughed and then moved away. I remember I later told my coworker, I'm like, yo, dude, I survived the second month of my probation period. I'm so happy. I'm gonna pass my probation period. To which my boss said, we'll see about that. Yeah, I had like full on energy. I didn't really feel exhausted that particular day. Eventually, I left, and I actually invited one of my coworkers with me to this particular church event. I withdrew some cash for rent, and we went to the food court to eat. I got calamari, and he got something else. I forget what he got. And then, like, we met up. I knew about this event because on July 15th, I asked Skinny Boy, like, if there was an event on the 19th, and he's like, yep, it's on the, like, social media website, and, yeah, so I was like, okay, good. Saw there, introduced my coworker to many of my church friends. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we had a lot of fun. At around, yeah, it started at 7 p.m. I'm trying to remember what we did. Part of it was like a picnic, I remember, and then at 8:30 p.m., some of us decided to play frisbee golf. Yeah, with the designations were already set, and then my coworkers was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna watch." And I remember at one point I struggled throwing the frisbee in, but I was so close to the destination. To which my coworker replied, at that point you might as well just walk in and like put it in and stuff. At around 8:45 ish, my coworker headed on home, and around 9:10 p.m. ish, we all decided to call it quits and head home. The electrician offered me a ride to the train station, and I spent 95% of that ride calling my mom, so I wasn't really talking to him. I was sitting in the shotgun seat, speaking in Mandarin, and then we headed off. When I opened my work bag, I was like, something's odd. This cell phone isn't mine. I realized it turned out that I was so careful. I was so careful not to lose my phone that I accidentally took someone else's phone. I took Skinny Boy's wife's phone. Yes. And yeah. Um, I told them I was at White Spot, and they came on over, and I was like, I'm so sorry about it, like, and she forgave me. Yeah. And I like, I remember, okay, so while waiting for them, like, I went inside White Spot, and the administrator, or the receptionist, she was like, Brent, right? Like, she knew me. Like, that was my fourth time like, for her fourth time seeing me. And then, like, she was like, do you want a lemonade and you want a milkshake, right? And this was the first and only time in my entire life where the receptionist or administrator actually took my entire order without the server being involved. So then, like, the waitress, she didn't take my order at all, and she was like, yeah, they'll come out in about 5-10 minutes. It was very interesting. Yeah, that never ever happened before in my life. I got I think it was a vanilla bean milkshake, but I did get a lemonade. Total came to $13.42. At 9:42 p.m., Skinny Boy and his wife showed up, and that same administrator said to them, it was like, are you dining in? And like, to which they replied, no, we're just getting something. I gave her my phone. I apologized. She forgave me. And then I was like, plot twist. I said this to Skinny Boy. I was like, plot twist. I actually took her phone on purpose so I could get you to come over to White Spot. And he's like, oh yeah, that was so clever. Obviously that's false, but like, I spun it around like that. I'm like, the electrician's car is a magician. Like, that's where phones disappear. I never made that mistake again for the rest of the year, not even up to today. But yeah. Saturday, July 20th, I just stayed at home. I went to bed at around 12:30 a.m. and woke up at 9:30 a.m., had breakfast, and I played on VGA for pretty much the entire day. Yeah. I played some Hearts, Coup, Battleship. At 1:42 p.m., I played against this guy, and I won the first two games with him. In both of those games, I sunk the destroyer before I sunk the submarine. And in the first game, it took me 26 shots to win that game. And in the second game, it took me 30 shots to win that game. I remember what the second game was like. At around 1:49 p.m., I fired at F5, E6, D7, and G4 and D7. And D7 was a hit, and I sunk the destroyer. My final three hits were on F2, G2, and H2, and I sunk the ship. 30 hits altogether, and I won. Okay, yeah, that's it for July 20th, all that I remember there. July 21st, I don't remember anything. 22nd, yeah, I'm gonna skip. July 23rd, Tuesday, July 23rd, went to work, got some stuff done. Yeah, got some stuff done, and after work, in the morning, I showed my boss a video. It was a funny video. It was a 7-second video where it was like music played in the background that was like, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands, and then the guy went slap on the person's face, to which he laughed. It was pretty funny. Okay. After work, we all drove to this hot pot place. Yeah, I got a ride from someone. And this hot pot was much more economical than the first hot pot we went to. Here, everyone chose their own broth, had their own pot, and like put their own ingredients in and stuff. I sat beside my supervisor during that dinner, and right, okay, and I also remember at one point someone brought up the fact that they were like, "Hey, Brent, you're Asian, right?" And like, yeah, and they're like, "Hey, you have chopsticks at home, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm very skilled with chopsticks, but I also have forks and spoons." To which my boss responded, "Yeah, he probably just reserves that for the guests." Yeah, we I was a beast in that meal. I'm always a beast when it comes to social gatherings involving food. I was able to eat everything, not waste anything. The total bill came to $800, so anywhere between 800 and 863. So it was about $50 per person, which was not bad. Got a ride. When I came home, when I got dropped off home, it was 9:23 p.m. There was still a little bit of sun at that point. I don't remember what happened for the rest of the day. 24th. Okay. 24th. I'm gonna be a little vague for the rest of this because this is where my downfall started. So I'm not gonna mention much. I remember I asked my coworker to show me something about interest, and yeah, it was kind of confusing on one of the compilations. I don't remember what exactly it was now. Went to Cactus Club on the 24th, got a key lime pie, and I ordered from someone, but it was a different waitress who brought it to me. I remember that much. At around 10:24 p.m., 10:30 p.m., I noticed I had some cuts on my arm. It was a little weird. It was like little bruises um that like appeared, but like I didn't feel any pain bumping into them or stuff. Like, yeah, I don't know how it got there. I'm not gonna talk about work on the for like the rest of at least until October or November. So I'm just gonna skip over that. Yeah. Um. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. So, on Saturday, July 27, my family and like a family friend's family um went blueberry picking in the around the morning. Remember how on July 15 me and my mom texted each other, like saying talking about meeting up with this family friend? That was originally supposed to be on the 20th, but then it got pushed to the 27th. So yeah. Yeah, I went blueberry picking. I picked up a few green berries. I don't know about you guys, but I like my blueberries a little acidic. I'm an acid boy, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that the total came around $33. Uh, I wore a black hat that day. And also like yeah, we were out the entire day. I think in the afternoon we saw a waterfall. I can't remember where right now. And yeah, it was the rocks were a little slippery. That's all I remember. Okay. 28th, yeah, I don't remember anything there. This is gonna be fast because I don't remember 29th, 30th, 31st, August 1st, August 2nd. No. I did schedule something with the board game boys on August 3rd with Skinny Boy and the electrician. And what bummed me out was the electrician had previously said he had a 79% chance of making it, but on the day of, he said he was out of town and he couldn't play games. Skinny Boy was still available, but at the last minute, a power outage occurred, so we had to cancel. It was a sunny day that day, damn. August 4th was a Sunday. I did not show up to church. I was wrapping up a coup video, and it was called the Triangle Method. Feel free to check it out. It's on my channel. That got released on Tuesday, August 6th, um, which was my dad's birthday. Yeah. Went home, speed ran New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Remember how on January 28th I said I like accidentally deleted something from World 7? Well, I did a bit of World 8, and then an hour and a half in, I was like, you know what? This is fucking pointless because it's not like I'm going to be able to save any of this anyway because a lot of cool shit happened on World 7 that my audience can't even see. Don't worry. That's a side note. That speedrun is still happening. I've got Worlds 1, 2, 3 uploaded on my YouTube channel. It's yeah. So that was what happened on August 6th. August 7 and 8, 9. Nah, I did have some walks. I remember on one certain walk, there was a little kid who asked his mom, hey, mom, do dancers break something in breakdancing? That happened on August 9th. August 10th, I didn't eat breakfast, but I went to this restaurant, Tap and Barrel, and tried out their happy hour. They had a margarita pizza at that time, which was like $13. It's insane. Okay, so because here's what's really funny. On April 18th, it was a sunny day, and it was not happy hour, and I ordered the margarita pizza. It costed $20.95, but on happy hour that's only $13. So that was a big price gap. I didn't even know that at the time. So yeah, that was there 10th, 11th. 11th, I went to my parents' house. Yeah, I went to my parents' house on August 11th. Yeah. And I made this spicy Mexican soup that I learned from a YouTube video from Gordon Ramsay. It was like the one with it's a spicy Mexican soup, but it's served with tortilla chips and a salsa. I omitted the tortilla chips because I was too lazy to make it, and I basically followed every single step from Gordon Ramsay, but I omitted the kidney beans. One, because we didn't have them, but two, I don't like kidney beans in general. So, yeah, that was good. Yeah, my parents all said it was very tasty. I'm actually gonna skip all the way until August 25th. So I'm not gonna reveal exactly which day I got fired. I'm just gonna say it's sometime between July 29 and August 25th, 2024. Make a guess up for yourself entirely. So August 25th, yeah. So I already told my parents I got fired like on the 24th. So yeah, like we met up. We already consolidated. They weren't even mad at me. They're like, it's more of an encouragement type thing, which I appreciated. And yeah, we had Korean barbecue for lunch. And yeah, we drove for Korean barbecue. I was the one driving, and my dad, yeah, we ordered a lot of things like beef, lamb, the things you cook on the grill, basically. And yeah, like my mom was like, "Hey, Brent, don't yeah, don't like this. I know you like medium rare steak, but this is an exception. Cook it to make it sure it's completely cooked." So I cooked all my meat completely full. We ate. We talked about my termination period. No termination. And afterwards, like we were walking around this lake, and then my dad and mom was like, "Why did you challenge your boss?" I don't want to get into the details. I'll talk about that in a future video. That was like one of the biggest things I shouldn't have done. I still regret it now, but I'll talk about that in a future video. We went to Costco. I met an old high school friend. That guy had changed his appearance quite a bit. Like you could tell first of all, you could tell he hit puberty. He had a deeper voice. He had tattoos on his arms that previously weren't there. And he was like, "Hey, do you remember who I was?" It took me like about 20 seconds before I figured. And then, yeah, we talked a bit. He told me he works at a shipping company. It was still sunny then on August 25th. Yeah, my parents and I went shopping at Costco, and then I just went home afterwards. I had dinner at home at my parents' house, and then just went back to my apartment. Yeah, I'm gonna like speed through a lot of these, because not because I don't remember anything, but like, come on, I got fired. I don't want to talk about me being lazy. It'd be like if I was in World War II and I just survived a horrible plane crash. I would not want to talk about it. So let's go to August 28th. Um, yeah, August 28th, met up with my friend Jacob. We ordered from an Italian restaurant. I don't remember what he got, but I got a risotto. I ordered for him and I paid for both of us. It was around $60. Yeah, we went to his house. After dinner, we saw some Jimmy Lee videos. I think it was an Asian guy with glasses. I don't know if his name was Jimmy Lee, but it was like about 40 minutes long, and it was pretty funny. Then afterwards, I showed him a few videos. I showed him this Russian black dolphin prison, also known as Penal Colony Number 6. And then he was like, yeah, I get that these criminals did bad things, but it's like, they shouldn't be treated like that. I forget what his argument was, but yeah. Then I showed him this Ray William Johnson video about this guy Zach faked his who faked his way and became like a millionaire and eventually got arrested. And then I showed him this Starman video of a man adopts terminally ill child. He was like, at the end, I was like, "Did you get emotional?" And he was like, "No." The acting was a little predictable, but I could appreciate what it was trying to do. This was, let's see, so it was around 8:45 by p.m. by the time I left, and it was already dark. Yeah, because in late August it gets dark earlier. Yeah, that's August 28th. I'm gonna skip the 29th, the 30th, 31st. My dad texted me saying, "Hey, son, we got some steaks for you. Do you want to come and cook them?" And then I was like, "Yeah, sure." I remember my mom in the morning was like, "Hello," which is son, is like, "Do you want to come home today or tomorrow?" with a laugh emoji. And then I said, "I'm coming tomorrow." I responded to my dad, and then my mom said, "Dear son, we're gonna eat your steak tomorrow. You make the best steaks," with a drool emoji and hearts on the eyes. So September 1st, that's exactly what I did. Second, yeah. Third, I'm not gonna mention anything about the third, but I will say it was the first day back to school for elementary, middle school, and high school students. I still remember because I remember since 2008. Yeah, so there was that. Fourth, fifth, seventh, eighth, ninth. Ninth, I had a appointment basically with my dad. I think we ate something. We had lunch before going there. It was around 1:30 p.m. Uh, After leaving, we rescheduled my next appointment, which was March 10, 2025. Yeah, got home. My mom taught me a principle about time is money, and I was struggling to identify the 10 things I wish I knew before I turned 24. If you see, my channel says 10 things I wish I knew before I turned 25. I wanted to release that video before my 25th birthday, but that didn't happen, so I added that to my ideas. Yeah, it was sunny on September 9th. I went to church that evening, and then I went to White Spot. I drove the car. Mm, I drove the car, and then I had this. Yeah, I had a lemonade. I hadn't been to White Spot in over like a month and a half. And also I got a this pineapple dessert with ice cream. They said it was in the testing like it was being tested, like not many people had ordered it. So yeah, the total bill came to $12.92. Went on home, went to sleep shortly afterwards. From the 10th, September 10 to the 24th, my parents went on vacation. They left at 5 a.m. the next day, and then on September, yeah, I went back to my apartment. I made a video. I released a video titled "The Longest Integral Question You'll Ever See," and yeah, it was a sunny day on Tuesday, September 10th. I made that video. I made that video at around 2:30 p.m. and like that video was an hour and 50 minutes and 16 seconds long. That video contained five things: me solving the integral of square root tangent x in the difficult way, proving my answer is correct by differentiating it, solving the integral using the simple method, proving that is correct by deriving it, and then showing that those two solutions were equal to each other. And then that single video made me gain my subscribers from 90 to 250, and I got a boatload of comments, like 82 comments. Obviously not in the same day. One of the comments released on that day was a guy saying, "Test won't be that hard, the test," and then colon. That was like one of my that I was very proud of that video. That video, I remember the end result was 965 likes and 17 dislikes. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, yeah, that's all I remember about the 10th. I played some Battleship on the 10th and the 11th. Made it to 4th place overall on the 11th on BGA with an ELO score of 400. Okay, I'm going to skip the 12th and the 13th. I scheduled a meeting with the Board Game Boys to play on BGA on Saturday, September 14th at 8 p.m. And Skinny Boy couldn't make it, but the Electrician and Strong Guy were both able to make it. September 14 was Strong Guy's final appearance to Board Game Boys. Yeah, okay. So, September 14 in the morning, it was a cloudy day that day. I showed up to church at around 9 a.m. and to help lift tables, move things, and stuff like that. And then, yeah, so I don't remember what happened in the middle of the day, but at 8 p.m., me, the Electrician, and Strong Guy all went to play on BGA. We played some games of Coup, Sushi Go, and we also played Settlers of Catan. I remember saying, I want to see how good Strong Guy is at Settlers of Catan. I remember that, that the Electrician was the beast at the game. So we would play, and then, but at one point, I got this card called Monopoly, and then I played it, and then I declared all ore. And then Strong Guy was like, "What? All my ore disappeared." And I'm like, "Yeah, I played a Monopoly." And then, like, 2 minutes later, I was like, "Hey, does anyone want to trade with me?" And then he was like, "No, I'm not trading for you. You go do it yourself." We also played Love Letter, the three of us, which the Electrician won as well. He also won that game a lot. And then after the meeting at 10:36 p.m., I wrote in the chat, I was like, "Hey, Skinny Boy, the Electrician is really good at Love Letter, you know? He's a legend." And then Electrician wrote, "IDK how to play Love Letter." And then Strong Guy wrote, I'd win too if I cheated." And then he drew a gif of a guy doing this that was wearing sunglasses. Okay. September 15, I didn't eat breakfast. I woke up a little late. I didn't show up to church, unfortunately. But I made a YouTube video titled Rating Common Beverages Part 2. My first beverage video came out on Sunday, March 10, 2024. Remember that? So this one was released on Sunday, September 15, 2024. If you don't believe me, go check my channel. You'll see that video published on that date. And then I typed in I included things like how red wine was disgusting, and how black coffee is disgusting, and how people don't drink it for the flavor. They just drink it to, for the caffeine. And like I mentioned, how Jones, Fanta, and chocolate milk was really good, and how Sprite was okay. Um, I Yeah, and so then I posted that in the Facebook church group chat, and then I got some responses. Strong Guy's wife wrote, "I've never heard of such a description of red wine before." Also, Brent, I drink coffee by choice. Therefore, I drink black coffee by choice. Therefore, I drink it just for the flavor. And then like there was this girl, let's just call her Nurse, and then she replied how like there was a nostalgic drink called Little Chubs. Yeah, that was it was pretty cool. There were so many responses. Yeah. Um, Monday, September 16 was when our church had small groups again on Monday, because in July and August we don't have small groups. So we opened back up on September 16. We met a new guy. Let's just call him new guy. I don't want to. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, like we met, and then like someone told new guy that I was really good at recalling dates. For example, how June 17, 1901 was a Monday. Like I know that by heart. That's actually true. And August 18, 1902 is also a Monday. And then so then new guy said, "Okay, Brent, what is August 13, 1994?" To which I said it was a Saturday, and yeah, that was true. Yeah, and then I showed new guy my YouTube channel, to which he subscribed. I showed him my rating common beverages video, and then he agreed with most of them. Yeah, I don't really remember anything else that happened. This happened at around 7:30 p.m. Yeah. Okay, so that's it for seven, two, three. Anything? I'm gonna skip all the way to September 25th now. Okay. On that particular day, I was like, you know what? I'm staying at home way too often is bad for me. So I'm gonna rejoin Toastmasters, because after May 29, I stopped showing up to Toastmasters on Wednesdays for like about 3.5 months. So I rejoined on September 25th. Yeah. It got dark at 7:30 p.m. Yeah. I didn't really eat any desserts. Like, I felt I didn't deserve it. I remember my dad was like, "Hey, dear, how's it going?" And I said, "What?" And then my mom typed in the words in English. She was like, "Dear, you may say, 'Hey, how's it going?' instead of 'what?'" And with a laugh emoji. This was around 8:30 p.m. while I was heading back to my apartment. But yeah, by this time they already came back from their vacation. They were already at their home. 26, 27, 28. I'm gonna skip those days. Let's go on to September 29. Um, yeah. No, the reason I'm skipping all these days is because, like, what do you want me to say? Oh, I stayed home playing BGA the entire day, not talking to anybody. No, I'm not gonna mention that. Um, yeah. So September 29. Okay. On this particular day, I had breakfast for the third time that month. I only had breakfast 3 times in September 2024, which was not very good. Yeah. Um, I had like eggs Benedict, which I tried making myself. It was semi-successful. Yeah. I didn't do it ever again though. So then went to church. Yeah, and there was a fall festival event. So it was a sunny day on September 29th. I drove 40-50 minutes along the highway before reaching there. And then it was really cool. There were pumpkins, there were like scarecrows and stuff. it was nice. There was this girl who brought along her friend. I introduced myself. Okay. Some memories from there. For lunch, I had like a lighter lunch because the eggs Benedict was quite heavy. Usually, if I ever do eat breakfast, it's quite light. I just had like some salsa. At 1:13 p.m. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, some things I do remember from there. I had to use the porta potty. I almost never use the porta potty. Like in those situations because they generally smell really bad. Luckily for me, it seemed like they had soap inside there, so it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. But yeah, I also had Skinny Boy film me climbing this walking on this rope basically, and then like I remember, yeah, at around 1:37 p.m. And then I made it, and then he was like, Brent, what do you want to say to the camera? I'm like, always believe in yourself, never give up. I also did this rock climbing thing, which I didn't do, make it very far. Um, yeah, that's. I had some pictures taken. Yeah, that's pretty much all I remember about that day. Went to my back to my parents' house. I cooked some steak for dinner. Yeah. Okay, gonna zoom fast forward a bit. So Thursday, October 3rd was the first time I went to this particular hot pot place. I'm releasing a video later this month called Asian Food Tour. It's the exact same hot pot place. And then they were like, yeah, so this is the place where it's pay by weight. We cook for you. My first time there, they were explaining it to me, and that the classic spicy broth number one is the most popular broth, which I went for. I didn't know it was pay by weight. So the first time I went to the register, it was $62, and then I reduced it down to 37.50 because that's what I knew it was like in the end. Um, I went there again on Monday, October 7th, and then I even posted like a picture of that on my Instagram, to which people liked. Um, I think I got some hot pot stains on my shirt, and then like one girl was like, Brent, do you like hot pot or something? Yeah, so yeah, skipping the fourth, fifth, sixth. Oh, on October 6th, I released this song called Loser's Lover on my Instagram. I got a lot of positive comments. Someone was like, Brent, this is so beautiful, which I really appreciated. Yeah, Loser's Lover is a song about a so-called loser who finds a really attractive girl and hopes that she won't judge him or leave him and see him, and hope that she'll see him for more than just a loser. Yeah, that's what the song's about. I released that on October 6th. Okay, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Okay, so on the 7th to 11th that week, I took some lessons um with a driving tutor. To It was like around $50-$60 an hour, just so I could, because I had something scheduled on the 12th. Um yeah, it was something scheduled on the 12th of October, Saturday. Yeah. Um, I went to the Toastmasters on the 9th. October 11th, Friday, October 11th. Yeah, I had a final lesson with the driving instructor. And for dinner, our Toastmasters group went to have a special dim sum dinner, because this woman, it was her last day before moving to Germany, so we decided to host an event to say goodbye to her. There were about 6 to 10 people. Yeah, I got to meet some people. I met this guy showed up like once or twice, and apparently he was also moving back. He was talking about how transportation was expensive and stuff. I met a former Toastmasters member, who says he used to show up, but he's just taking some time off now. And then this lady who was going to Germany, we followed each other on Instagram, and it turned out she likes classical music and like she plays the piano a lot and stuff. Like we talked quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah, we left. Okay, October 12th. It was a sunny day. I had my Saturday, October 12th was a sunny day. I had my driver's test. I almost passed. Okay, here's where I got tripped up. You know that playground sign that says children's playground? Well, the sign was there. I saw the sign, but underneath it didn't say 30 kilometers per hour. So I went the usual 50, but the examiner's like, oh no, slow down. So it turned out the reason why I failed was because about a few hundred meters before this children's playground sign, there was a 30 kilometers per hour, which I just happened to miss. So that was a bummer. Failed. He did say you have good shoulder check. He was like, I believe you know how to drive, but attention to detail, yeah. So then I went to Cactus Club, just to relax for a bit that day, and it turned out my dad was within the vicinity of the shopping area, and then he went and also had a drink with me, and he paid for both our tabs. Yeah. Yeah, I went back home the 13th. Yeah, 13th I went to church, and then I made hot pot for my family. The hot pot recipe I used, this was the first and only time in my entire life where I made hot pot from scratch. So the way I spent about $8.63. I bought a spicy soup base, and then though I forget what else I did, but like I basically cooked some chicken in boiling water, made my own chicken stock, added enough salt to it, and then I added the spicy soup base in there. I don't know how to make a spicy soup base from scratch. The whole process took about an hour and a half to 2 hours, and then my dad was like, yeah, everything, it's almost perfect. The only thing is you used a very high quality cut of steak to as protein. It's like that. He said that's like using filet mignon in a stew. Like, you generally don't want to do that, but it all turned out good. My mom showed me this TV show called Seven Up. Seven Up is a show that came out around 1956. It featured a bunch of kids, Tony, Susie, etc., etc., who at the age of 7 you start to see what goes on in their lives. 7, 14, 21, 28, etc., etc. So that's what we watched for the 13th and 14th of October. Monday, October 14th, we were like, you know what, we're kind of tired of always eating turkey. And guys, unpopular opinion, side note, but I think that I don't like turkey. I think it's worse than chicken. I think chicken's way better than turkey. That's just my personal opinion. Okay, on back to the story. We went out for dim sum instead. So, dim sum, yeah, we had dim sum on the 11th and 14th. Like we had pretty much the same thing, and I had pretty much the same thing in both meals. Deep fried squid. I love deep fried squid. Some shrimp dumplings, some deep fried spring rolls. A few other things I don't remember. I had these at both locations on the 11th and the 14th. But this time for dessert, we had fried milk custards. I bit the first one and it came leaking out. That was a mistake. I realized you were supposed to suck through the straw to get the milk out before biting the dough. I went back, watched more of 7 Up. I went back home on 15th, 16th. I guess I'm gonna skip the. Sorry, I want to remember if there was anything I did. Yeah, skip 15th to the 20th. Yeah. I'm good. So during all these times I skipped, I guess I'll just mention a bit about what I did. I discovered. So Skinny Boy on March 16th taught me the game Yahtzee, the traditional Yahtzee, but around mid-August. No, it wasn't mid-August. Around early September, I discovered a variant of Yahtzee called Maxi Yahtzee, where it was much more strategic, where you could bank your rolls. I actually did a video on this previously. Um, so I discovered that. So I got my ELO from 120 all the way to 340 by practicing and mastering this variation. Yes. Okay. So yeah, yeah, I my highest was record was on at the time. My highest record was on Saturday, August 31st at 431. I was 12th place, only 5 points away from top 10 before I got beaten. Unfortunately, yeah. So yeah, 15, 16. Yeah, let's go on to yeah, so in case you guys were wondering what I was doing on the days that I skipped, that was it. Um, October 21st, I went home. I forgot something when I left my parents' house on the 19th, so I went back, collected it. Yeah, yeah, then I went out for hot pot. This time I paid $45 for my meals. In case you guys are wondering what I usually eat at hot pot, I'm a seafood lover. I love seafood. So I don't really get too much of beef because I have beef at home all the time. So I had a few lamb and pork belly slices. Not just on the 21st. Whenever I go out for hot pot, this is what I usually get. So it's like that, and then I got like octopus and squid tentacles, um, beef tripe. I love beef tripe. And then I got yeah, that's all I remember. And then I usually get the spicy broth. I had hot pot at 6:02 p.m. on Monday, October 21st. The sun was just starting to set. Ate it, took half an hour. Got free ice cream afterwards. The sun was dark by then. Went to church. That's all I remember for October 21st. I'm gonna skip October 22 to 24. No. But on Thursday, October 24, I finally decided that enough was enough, and that I'm gonna start applying for jobs. So I started applying on October 24th, and Friday, October 25th, it was a cloudy day, and I signed up for my um first gym, like, because I renewed my gym membership on Friday, October 4th. I said just until I get a job, I'm gonna pay, I think it was $35 a month. Yeah, so that's what I did. I had a cycling lesson there, and it's like this lesson, it was from 9:15 to 10 o'clock in the morning. And then like our instructor, she was like saying, "Oh, you can change your gears if you want it, like the gear to like 20, which was very heavy, or 10, which is very light." And then like I was just following her pace. You sometimes sit down, sometimes you stand up on the cycle. Like, yeah. After 10 o'clock, I showered. Then it was 10:15. I went to the Coquitlam Grill, which I hadn't shown up in over like 6 months. Yeah, in over 6 months. So I I didn't have breakfast, so it was like 10:25. I had the perfect opportunity for me to have breakfast. I had this brownie avalanche, this mini brownie avalanche with ice cream. And I had. Did I get a lemonade? No, I think I got coffee or lemonade. I don't remember. And then the total came to 10.49. By that time, the coffee was also 3.99, not 3.89 like it was on Thursday, January 4th. Okay, so then yeah, so then there was that. I went back to my apartment, and I mentioned no, I made two videos. One of them was I reviewed Oreo flavored Coke, where I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. This was at around 1:37 p.m. And the other one was titled Paul and Josh: How Not to Start a Conversation, where Josh asked Paul, Hey, so Paul, how do you feel about death? I gave Josh a British accent to differentiate the characters. Yeah, yeah. So that was around 1:30 to 2 p.m. I was really excited because uh, October 25th was the first day basketball was re scheduled because like from May to October it was canceled for an indefinite period of time. We didn't know when it would come back because of some stuff. Yeah, so came joined. It was very good, very good feeling to go back to play basketball. I don't remember what I did that night. It was already dark because at in late October it gets dark at 6 p.m. Yeah. 26th, I don't remember anything. I probably just stayed home playing games. Sunday, October 27th, I had breakfast. Then I went to church, met some people, and when I got back from church, I released this video, Coup video. It was Coup Part 6, Squid Hunger, where, and then I sent it to some of my friends. One of them was Strong Guy. I made some really cool edits. Feel free to check out that video. Yeah. Uh, on the 28th I started getting interviews. I went to the an interview on the 28th. The 29th I had an interview. It was a cloudy day on October 29th. And I got another Oreo flavored Coke, and then someone told me that that contained aspartame. I have no idea what aspartame is, so let me know in the comments. Uh, I had another. On the 30th, I went to the gym and then went to the Coquitlam Grill. Got the brownie avalanche and I think a lemonade. Uh, I don't remember anything else that happened that day. Thursday, October 31st was Halloween. I went to the gym again, this time for dance at from 9:15 to 10:15 a.m. And then after there, I went to the Coquitlam Grill again, and this time all the servers, everyone were dressed in costumes. I remember someone had a witch costume or stuff. But this time I got the tiramisu, which was $8, and I think I got a lemonade. My total bill came up to $12.58. Yeah. Yeah. I went back to my parents' house, served candy to kids. I love serving candy to kids. They're awesome. Yeah. November 1st, I had another interview. Was the interview with the same company I had on October 29th. I met the boss. He was really nice. He told me how he canned some employees, which canned is a slang word for fired. And then and then I was like, oh, I'm because they had previously asked me to send them their transcript. No, send them my transcript. And I'm like, I'm sorry, my transcript wasn't very good. I was a B-minus student. And he's like, well, I mean, like, obviously I see something in you. Otherwise, if your academics were the only thing I was judging you on, I wouldn't have called you back here for an interview. Yeah. And then he asked me, he was like, so, Brent, what do you like to do in your free time? And I was like, you know what, I'm just going to be honest. I like reading books. I like playing games. Yeah. And then he was like, what games do you play? I'm like, Coup, Hearts, and Yahtzee. He was like, oh, yeah, I play Yahtzee with my kids at home, too. So, yeah, that's what happened on November 1st. Went to Cactus Club, got a creme brulee. It was only $7 at the time because it was happy hour. So I was pretty happy about that. Yeah, I think I mentioned November 1st was like Friday, November 1st was a cloudy day. Okay. Um, Second, I don't remember anything. I probably just stayed home playing games. Sunday, November 3rd now. On that day, after church service, I met Strong Guy, and then I was like, "Hey, bro, I made a new Coup video," and he was like, "Yeah, I watched it." And then he was like, Okay, did you actually smoke a cigarette in that video? Because I smoked a cigarette in that video, and I'm like, no, and no, and then he was like, good, because I will get rid of all your cigarettes if I find out you've been smoking. That video, that scene that he was talking about in my Squid Hunger video, came from Friday, June 17, 2022. I was on the university campus at around 12:40 p.m. So, yeah, that was like over 2 years ago. My the new guy also saw my video. He enjoyed it. They said the only suggestion they had for me was try to explain what I was doing because it was a little hard to understand what I was doing in the beginning of the video, but that was it. And then I told them I was like, hey, by the way, that coup video that you saw, none of that was actually edited. I actually did do all those things. I actually did kill a bunch of alligators. I actually did shoot a bunch of soldiers. I actually did shoot down a helicopter. And I actually did blow up a nuclear facility 7,000 feet up in the air. Yeah, none of that was actually edited. And then Strong Guy was like, yeah, I knew that. And then the new guy was like, yeah, I thought that looked like you. Yeah, so that was it for November 3rd. On Sunday, November 3rd, it got dark at 5 p.m. because, daylight savings, where the times got pushed back by an hour. Yeah. So yeah, that's all I remember on November 3rd. Monday, November 4th, I had an interview, and it was downtown. I got there at around yeah, so it was scheduled at 1, but I got there at 1:12. Yeah, I had an interview with the hiring manager, and at the end he was like, "Do you want to take a quiz?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." I took it, and then I shook his hand at the end of it. Um, I just decided to like take a drive around. The thing about that place was it was at like around, it wasn't even like rush hour. It was like 2:34 p.m. and yeah, it was a sunny day that day, and also the GPS from where I was to where my current destination showed a big fat red line. You know what that red line meant? It meant congested traffic. So it was like it was rush hour. It was going to take me 33 minutes to get to my destination. I was like, I have nowhere else to go. I'm just going to have an early dinner. So I had hot pot for dinner at around 4 p.m. There the staff was like, it was happy hour. They gave me a free sweet tea, which I appreciated. I had my usual hot pot meal and the classic spicy broth, and I was offered a free Coke because my price range was $30 to $39. Okay, then I went to church, yeah, and then like this girl was like, "Did you have hot pot again?" Yeah, I knew it. uh, okay. Tuesday, November 5th was a sunny day, and I had two interviews. One interview was at around 10 or 11 a.m. Yeah, it was a sunny day on Tuesday, November 5th. Yeah, and then it turned out I got the job. Yeah, I was so happy about that. I was so happy about that. And then, and then like, at 3 p.m. I had another interview. I'm like, I'm just gonna go to this one, just see what happens. And it was only 10 minutes drive away from where I lived, my apartment. Yeah, I found a parking spot, had an interview. They told me they used a software I never used before in my life. Yeah, so on November 4th, while I was driving to that interview place, I had a chat with this company at 3 p.m. That went on Tuesday. It was the president, and he emailed me in the morning, and then I called him at around noon on Monday, November 4th, and then he helped me set up the interview on Tuesday, November 5th at 3 p.m. So yeah, I parked there at 2:54 p.m. and then went and then had an interview. They told me about their softwares and everything like that. I'm not allowed to disclose that information because I don't want to get sued. So yeah, we shook hands, and then I left. No, they were like, "When can you start?" I'm like, I just want to prepare myself a bit. Monday, November 18th. So yeah. Um, when I got there, like I realized the gate was closed. Like I parked my car inside a gate, and it turned out that that gate was actually like that property that gate encompassed closes at 3 p.m. So I had to ask them to open the gate just so I could get my car out. They were like, "Dude, please don't do that next time." So lesson learned. Okay, yeah. So later that evening, I found out I got the job from 3 p.m. and then I had to decide between my two job offers. I chose the latter. So yeah, finally got a job, which I really appreciated. I also, in between this time, decided to move back to my parents' place. So I like returned the keys from my apartment and moved back to my parents' place because I found a better place. That was it was just better. Yeah. Uh, I didn't move into that place until the New Year's, so I'm not even gonna mention anything about that. I visited that place on Saturday, November 16, but I'm not gonna. We'll get to that. Yeah. So the 6th, nothing happened. Thursday, November 7th. It was a very good day. My dad at 10:28 p.m. said, "Oh no, no, no. Oh shit, shoot, damn, I'm forgetting stuff." Okay, yeah, on Sunday, November 3rd, in the evening, my dad sent me a message saying Newton is very good. Son, can you explain why? With a grin emoji, and he was like how he invented physics and about the apple falling from the tree. And then my dad wrote in English, he invented calculus too, which is your strong point. Many people don't even know how to do calculus, but you're so good at calculus. And then on either November 2nd or November 4th, I don't remember right now, I'd have to check my phone. My dad sent me a picture. So my soon to be girlfriend, we're dating now, but we weren't at the time, sent me a picture of my to be girlfriend and her parents, family, and stuff. And then is like, "Hey, Brent, it's your childhood friend. Do you know who this is?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah." And then he was like, "It seems like she chose panini and water." And then I'm like, "Lemonade is my favorite drink." And then my dad said, "That's healthy. On your birthday, we're going out too." So on Wednesday, November 6th, my dad said, "Why don't you come with us on November 8th, your birthday, so we can choose your decoration for your birthday cake," which I liked. Sunday, November 7th at 10:28 p.m., my dad said, "Dear son, you have done so many great things before your 25th birthday. You got a university degree, you completed high school, you made it to level 10 in piano, you did soccer, karate, swimming. You are so good." And I that really warmed my heart. I went to bed at 12:30 a.m. because I was just so happy. I didn't even feel like playing games. Friday, November 8th, 10 days before my new employment period, was my birthday. I woke up at 9:37 a.m. and I had breakfast this time. I did have breakfast. Um I yeah, I had breakfast. And then, like, I said to my friend, I was like, I'm 25 today. He's like, "Happy birthday." And I was like, "I've lived a quarter of my life." And he's like, "Brent, how are you so certain you're going to live to 100 years old? It's like, isn't like the average age like 75? So you actually already lived a third of your life." And then I was like, yeah, and I heard by the time you get to 40, your metabolism slows way down. He's like, yeah, that number's actually 35. Yes, you know what? I had eggs, cheese, and yogurt for breakfast. I was like, you know what? I feel good. I'm just gonna, take a walk around my neighborhood. Um, so then, yeah, at what did I have for lunch? Oh no, no, yeah. So I had Wendy's for lunch, and I just had a burger and fries. Unfortunately, Wendy's doesn't give you a free meal on your birthday, which sucks. I had that at 1:43 p.m. Friday, November 8th was a cloudy day, a little bit rainy. At 3:43 p.m., I went to Cactus Club and I told them it was my birthday, and I got the lava cake, the chocolate molten lava cake, and a ginger ale. Now, yeah, so then I had it, and then they yeah, there was a lady beside me. She was like, "Yeah, happy birthday!" And like, how old are you? And I'm like, 25. She's like, you're young. And then I talked to the bartender. I said to her, "Hey, so like, judging by your appearance, I'm gonna guess you're 24, 25." And she's like, "No, I'm actually 26." Yeah. So yeah, I had my lava cake. It had a candle on it, but I accidentally burned my hair while bending down to eat it, which was fun. Yeah, and my forehead had a slight burn. Yeah, and then I had 2 or 3 refills of ginger ale, and then at the end I was like, so I can I have my bill now? And then she was like, the bartender, she was like, great, yeah, you don't have a bill. And I'm like, oh, awesome. I'm gonna head out, And so like I headed to my parents' place. Now here's the thing. Um, During that morning, my dad said to me, "Happy birthday, son." My mom was like, "Happy birthday, dear." At 12:42 p.m., I said, "It's my birthday, so I get a free meal." And then my mom said, "Yes, for sure. It's on your dad and mom," with a happy face emoji. And then I'm like, "No, no, 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 no. The restaurant what I mean is the restaurant won't even charge me for my meal." And then my mom's like, "Really? That's great then. It's good for asking." Um, yeah, it's true. I called the restaurant a few days ago, and they did tell me that like if it's your birthday, you don't have to pay anything. So yeah. Um, After that, it was around 4:30 something. Headed on home, and we went to Hot Pot, all three of us. Yeah, we ordered a lot, and the whole experience was very, very enjoyable. The only problem was I drank 5 bowls of spicy broth, and I didn't know that broth could also fill your stomach up, so that was a bit of a shame. Yeah. We got our bill. It was $62, not 93, because my bill was cut off. I showed them my ID. Yeah. Um, and then my dad paid for both of them. Yeah. I think we went to Dollar Store for something. I don't know why we went to Dollar Store. I forget why. Uh, yeah, and then we had my cake, my ice cream cake. They sang happy birthday, and then I went to bed. I slept for 12 hours straight. And the reason why was because I was so full. Like my mom woke me up at 11 a.m. She's like, "Hey, sleepyhead, time to get up." I'm like, I was like, and she's like, "Yeah, you didn't know that drinking broth can also make you full." I'm like, "Oh, damn." She actually was wanted to do an Excel project with me, which we did, and yeah, yeah. From November 11th to the 15th, I just went apartment hunting because, like, by this point, I was already back home. I've moved out. So basically, yeah, I just found some places. I remember. I'm not going to talk about every single place, but one particular house, I met a guy, and he was saying how there were 4 roommates. They were all really friendly. The apartment would be like 950 a month, And I was like, can it be reduced down to 775? And then he was like, yeah, no, that's too low. Sorry. Maximum I could do what you think would be 875 or something like that. It was just like, yeah, that was one of the places. I did that on November 14th. It was a sunny day at 3:45 p.m. That was one of them. And yeah, that just an example. I finally settled into a place basically that had a roommate with a wife and a kid. Um, but I moved in on New Year's Day. That happened on the 16th. That was the one I settled on. What else? Oh yeah, during that week, in my downtime, I also watched Squid Game. Not the Squid Game like episodes because that I already. But rather I watched. It was like a contest in real life, Squid Game, where there were 456 people and they were playing in real life. Like I still remember some parts of it. Like they had the red light, green light, and the Dalgona. Player 456 in that episode lost by breaking a triangle in the Dalgona game, and there were some people I was rooting for. I don't remember all of them, but like one of them was like a mother and her son. The mother, I think, was number 302. Um, and many more. And then like game three is when it started to differ. They changed to Battleship, not Tug of War, and I forget game four and onwards. Yeah. Yeah, so then the 17th, I just spent the day at home just relaxing before the 18th. Monday, November 18th was a sunny day. I was told to come into the office at 10 a.m., not 9. There, met my boss. I asked her a few questions here and there, like what would happen if I took a break, and I wanted to take 2 weeks off, but I didn't accrue them, and then she told me it would be unaccrued. Basically, I did that in the morning, I think. I got familiar with the